Hello and welcome to a stiffly breezed West Sussex for this, the Seaford College Southern 10s tournament. It's a new year and a new chance for schools to get their teeth into a different format of the game. On Oval 2 this morning, it's Felsted School versus Bishop Wordsworth to kick things off. Felsted in their crimson red and
red captain.
Bishop Wordsworth in the
blue captain.
Navy blue. James Newland who gets us underway for Felsted. Seaford Southern 10s tournament very much underway. A hybrid between the 7s and 15s format, and already it could spark some intrigue on the wing. That's Baxter wearing 15 this afternoon. Garino may very well be leading from the front. Newland. Hands here, it could work out, and well, Hamish Irvine was on the wing and ready waiting, but the hands just not sticking. It's obviously it's 10 o'clock in the morning, you can't necessarily blame them. A long travel down, some have stayed over here overnight, others travelled down early in the morning. Either way, these players are in unfamiliar conditions, an early hour in the morning, trying to play a good brand of rugby, so you can expect that we could see a few sort of hitches in the early portions of this game and maybe the next. And while we're seeing it right here now, as Bishop Wordsworth are going to have to sweep things up early on. An exit potentially required. It is, and it's not the prettiest of ones. Irvine could pounce on this, and Newland spreads it out wide. There's numbers out here if they can use them. They're going straight through the middle, though. It's good work there from Cotterell. Newland looks for the crossfield kick. Is there some space in behind there? No. The wind was taking a little bit further than he would have wanted, so I think they're going to go for the 22.
22 is kicked dead, 22.
Wordsworth given a little bit of a get out of jail card, considering the opening few phases not really going their way.
Well, scrum option, but it's on the 5 metre. I assume you don't want that.
It's bait with the ball.
Let's go.
Trying to select the option. He goes for a slightly low driven approach, understandably considering the wind here, but Monty Cooper's going to send it right back from whence it came. Ball spread out, Newland handling on, and the drive power from Cotterell again. Newland pulling the strings, using Garino, the Monaconian, firing forwards, and it's
8 tackler assist, no clear release.
An attempted steal from George Smith, which didn't go the way of his side, so Newland can have another crack at it now, and here's John Taylor Anton still going, tries to offload it, and it's been swept up by Dan Dean. Advantage being played. Newland is going to deputise at 9. He goes down the short side, could be Baxter in the corner. Ever so close. Newland though, easy as you like, in a pedestrian manner, strolls over the whitewash. It's been all Felsted in this first half, and now they've got the points to prove it. Newland will aim to convert his own kick. They have to do so via a drop goal. That's the regulation in correspondence with how you would in 7s. A little refresher through the rules if you're not aware. It's clues in the name, 10 players per side. The team who scored will restart the game in similar to 7's format, drop out conversions as well, drop kick conversions, again similar to the shortened format of the game. 9 minutes per half with a minute break in between, and 5-man scrum. I think that pretty much covers the majority of the differences between that and 15s and 7s, but it's a good transition for teams who have all competed in a lengthy 15s program and switching into the 7 circuit ahead of well, arguably the piece de la
Yeah,
resistance, which
offside
is
line.
Rosslyn Park in 2 months or so, and this is a testing bounce. Newland's gonna let that one go out for a goal line dropout, and it's going on here. Scrum given, Bishop Wordsworth, Newland and Cotterell just not on the same wavelength there, potentially. And it's put the
Not the 5, it's the scrum.
Reds under quite a lot of pressure here.
You can't get past the midline.
Can Bishop Wordsworth try and respond?
Coach! Fine!
Pockeye still going, and it could work out nicely, and there it is. Finn Reevil in the corner, and almost out of nothing. Wordsworth strike at first chance. All created by the deceit of Jake Pockeye, and, well, Finn Reevil did his best to just trundle in. Conversion missed, crucially, means that we're tied up. Joseph Hammond just wide of the mark, but with this wind, and you can expect that not too many of those conversions will be slotted, especially from that far out. There was the try. We stand all square. It's a good kick-off as well, and it's Hammond who's collected it right on the 10-metre line. It was no room for error there. Will Cook. Smith tries to take it from the base, and there was a knock-on in the middle of that, but penalty nonetheless, offside, and Wordsworth wasting no time. Ball's been spilt though again. It's quite difficult to keep hold of this pill at the moment. Strong challenge. Osman battering ram. Good counter-ruck from Felsted though. Penalty given in at the side. Cowlam. And now can Felsted break here if they've got a little bit of space on the outside. Here's Hamish Irvine, who gets to stretch his legs for the first time this morning. He gets his way past the 10-metre line and well inside the Bishop Wordsworth half. Good step, and it's an interception though, and Cowlam had nicked the ball away. Scrappy at the breakdown though. John Taylor Anton making headway now. Penalty given Wordsworth. Time off as well.
Time off.
Got an early injury. You'd hope not sort of cramp at this time of the morning. That would be unfortunate. Potentially just some muscle damage. These players are pushing each other very hard in the opening few minutes of this encounter. "19 players allowed in every squad, so effectively 2 teams. Means that they have a little bit of room for rotation, but in what is an absolutely packed fixture list this morning, you can expect that a lot of teams will be running thin as we head into quarterfinals, semi-finals, finals, and the like. 16 teams playing today. Well, 15 actually. Haileybury pulled out late on, which provides a little bit of a headache when it comes to organising the latter stages of this competition, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Penalty, side entry 4.
Hugh Bate finds
that's your line.
touch.
That's your mark. Yes, please, Blue.
First line out of the day. Very much sevens-esque.
Drop one. Red. Red. Red.
3-man. Not straight. Jump early though, so Wordsworth get away with that one. Bate again goes for the corner, tries to drill it in behind Irvine. It's a difficult bouncing ball, could work out for Wordsworth here, it does. Try scorer. That was Revel, but knock on in the contact.
Head up, Finn, let's go again, boys. Great kick, you.
It's been an incredibly balanced first half. We had dominance from the off from Felsted, but that seems to have been switched via the, you could argue, via the boot of Hugh Bate, who's been controlling this game ever so well. Ball fed in by Lucas Smith, and Felsted, can they get something just before the half-time buzzer? Irvine has got pace to spare on the outside. Irvine once again gets Felsted inside Wordsworth's half. Cotterill straight through the middle. A few loose shoulders. Space now for Felsted on the outside. Garino, ball back inside. Lovely bit of interplay. Open to scoring up for Monty Cooper. Goes under the posts and reinstates Felsted's lead in this fixture. Misconversion brings us into a 5-point deficit at half-time. It's certainly been a game held finely in the balance, and we'll find out in the second half who comes up on top. But at the moment, half-time, it's Felsted School 10, Bishop Wordsworth 5. Second half underway. Wordsworth will get us restarted. Smith, and already Felsted have that intent to go from their own half, which is positive to see. That will certainly help. Smith and onto the try scorer just before half-time. Monty Cooper, who's continuing his form into the second period. Smith decides not to use the open side, but instead go down the blind. Cooper, ducking, diving. It's a superb offload, almost too good. Reynolds was travelling a little bit in front of his teammates. So it will be scrum to Wordsworth, but Felsted starting the second half in a very similar fashion to the first. High intensity and Cooper. He's, I mean, that's harsh. So they're still going to have to try and go through Reeville. Their only points contributor of this half, but Cotterill had got his mitts all over that one. Now desperate to get the ball off Reeville, and through goes Cotterill. Men on the outside to support, and Smith. Good hands here, could work. They've got numbers on the outside. Anton and Cooper could go for a brace. Instead, he unselfishly hands the ball over, and it's Finn Homer. Touches down right on the wing once more. 2 scores either side of the half. This one in set up by Cooper instead of scored by him. He's had an impressive opening to this festival, and that one's not bad at all, but no cigar. Taylor Anton wide of the mark. Kick off as well, as per tournament rules.
Yeah. Dom, let's make sure we stay soft, yeah? George, drop in next to Dylan, yeah? Give him a bit of support. Sam's got that space. Push.
Lucas Smith. Fairly low and comfortable to take in the end for Wordsworth, who's still very much in this fixture. Smothering from Felsted, that high red wall proving difficult. Reeville's going to try and have a crack at it brick by brick. Space on the blind side here if they can work it round. The nudge over the top, and this bounce could be favourable. 50-22's given. That rule still very much stands in this format. I think it's something that Bishop Wordsworth potentially looking to target in the first half, but with the wind at their backs now, they've been able to exploit it even more. Line out as bits of rain start pouring down, as if the conditions weren't testing enough. Tackle on Reynolds and Smith. It's the ball out. Dan Dean utilising his battering rams appropriately. Smith to Dean. Little nudge over the top this time, more infield. Penalty was there, the advantage coming. Ball loose, very loose. Knock on in the middle of that. Referee hasn't seen anything initially. Cotterill right through the middle. Through goes Meter. Meter still going. Can he get the offload to Reynolds? Yes, he can. Up to the 5-metre line now. Felsted looking for their 4th score. Strong carry from Tom Hart. Now can they use the width? It's on out wide. Cotterill just couldn't be collected. That was an opportunity that's going to go awry. Finn Homer on the edge of a brace. downfield, and still bouncing and going, and falls out of play. Bishop Wordsworth seemingly comfortable for now to stay out of possession despite being 10 points down. Joe Patience is on. Isaac Osmond's making way, and I think it's like Will Norfolk's on as well. So a few changes in the Bishop Wordsworth side to try and freshen up things and get a bit of a spark going, but it's a knock on. It's worked out kindly.
On slopes 1, we have Christ College. Nothing on slopes 1, sorry. And on slopes 2, Marlborough versus St. Benny. So we just go through that again. Ipswich versus RGS on Wickham on Oval 1. We have Trinity versus Hers. We've moved from slopes 1 to Oval 2. No match on slopes 1. On Oval 2, sorry.
Penalty given, Felsted Way. Cotterell off the base towards Smith. Dean. Bit of an arm wrestle. A boot goes flying. Don't ask me how that ended up there. Lovely handling from Wordsworth. That was very good dexterity to open things up here. Through the middle. Wordsworth don't have time on their side necessarily. That grubber through could work out here for Patience. Carried back over by Reynolds. He had very little choice in that. Scrum, Wordsworth on the 5. Last time that happened, Finn Reevil crossed over. He's in a very similar position this time. Let's see if they can produce that same outcome. 5-man scrum. Can't go from the base, so this will have to be played at some point through Sam Edmonds. Edmonds takes it out, this time through the hard line, and they're still going, and it's a score. Well worked by Wordsworth. No time to wait as well. Conversion made by Wordley. 3-point game. Clock pretty much in the red. Wordley is going to have to place his kick very wisely if he wants to retain possession and therefore give his team a chance of nicking this game. Late on, it's ended up in the hands of Pierre Garino. Ball's been bobbling around, and Felsted still, I think, have it. And they could break here. One of the try scorers, Homer. Felsted want a little bit more out of this fixture. Reynolds. Advantage is offside, so Garino's got a free dice to roll. Smith, the switch back inside. Time's gone. Smith will do the easy job, see that ball out and see the gain. Well, it sets a nice tone for this festival if every game's like that. Tight right until the end. 3 scores to 2. Felsted start this tournament with a win. Full-time score here on Oval 2, Felsted School 15, Bishop Wordsworth 12.
When was our actual team on?
So, you join us for the second game here on Oval 2. Trinity, the reigning champions, up against Hurstby Point College. Trinity shorn of a couple of their Harlequin stars, Lucas Friday, Josh Bellamy and Connor Byrne, but still with plenty of very fine players indeed. Trinity, of course, the Schools Cup champions of 2022 and into the semi-finals of the 2023 tournament. Winners the NextGenXV the Schools Rugby table as well. And they kick us off. Is the kick going to go 10? It does eventually, and gathered by Trinity. Hurstby Point College working hard against them. Trinity buzzing around the fringes. Chilly conditions here at Seaford College, but an absolutely fantastic tournament. We are set for a very, very good day of rugby. Hurstby Point making Trinity work for it, but Trinity giving it absolutely everything. Try scoring chance, and Trinity take that chance for an early lead here at the SEAFORD 10s. Surely among the favourites today, Trinity. Conversion to come. Doesn't quite go, but a 5-0 lead for Trinity. Minute and a half gone, playing 9 minutes each way, just to remind you. It's a fast turnaround here at the SEAFORD 10s. So what can Trinity do from the kickoff? Opening kickoff of the game. Didn't quite go 10, but then bounced forward. This one goes a bit deeper, and Hurstfield Point College can claim it. Work hard through contact. Trinity steal the ball, though, in that contact. Irrepressible, the Croydon side, early on. Hurstfield Point College making life difficult for them, though. Trinity being forced to commit a few more numbers to the breakdown than they might want. But bursting through they go. Oh, that is wonderful work from Trinity. Storming through. And a smile to match the score. And Trinity are 10-0 up in no time, 12-0 up as the conversion just goes over. Look at this, they're made to work so hard for it. They did really well to tidy that one up. They have to commit more numbers. But then it's just a hard line. And I'm not sure you could quite believe it. Absolutely towering kickoff. Does really well to stay in field as well. What a contest off that kickoff. Not forward on the floor, so we'll have a scrum. But Trinity are off to an absolute flyer here as they begin their defence of their title. Win the ball against the head at the scrum, do they? Not quite. Wheels round before they can get it out. It'll be a Hurstfield Point College put in once again. But Trinity showing strength in every facet in these early phases. Alongside Byrne, Bellamy and Friday, Trinity also without Max Farrell, Eddie Brown, Quinn Singh, and the outstanding Will Pert-Smith, who is surely one of the most improved players anywhere in the country this season. Not that he wasn't good beforehand, he's just absolutely exceptional this year. Hurstfield Point College, though, fighting back through. Cover comes through from Trinity. Hurstfield Point holding on in the tackle, though. Trinity, the line is breached, but they find a way back. Oh, hello. Return to Play are standing nearby, so I'm going to have a little chat with them. And Pete Richards. How are you, Pete?
Good morning, Angus. Yeah, good. Trying to keep warm. It's pretty fresh, man. Good to be back after Christmas break. Rugby on Sunday.
Yeah, it's always nice to be out in the fresh. Might warm up as the day goes on, you never know. Trinity a team to look out for today?
Yeah, always, of course. They won the tournament last year. We were here, weren't we? And they were super impressive, but probably missing a couple due to external commitments with representative rugby and whatnot. So hopefully a bit of a leveller for the other teams, because they were pretty unstoppable last year. Started pretty well here against Hurst. Probably what's not evident, whether you've spoken about it, but there's a massive wind in favour of Trinity, blowing down the pitches. So we're seeing across all the games, the team playing from right to left as we look at it have got about a 20-mile-an-hour wind behind them. So territorially, that obviously gives you a massive advantage. And probably going on later in the day when people get tired, the kicking game of some of these teams will become more and more important.
The observations of an ex-pro. See, I've not pointed that out yet. Things like wind and weather, no, they're all new to me. And since we got you, we'll talk a little bit about return to play. I suppose it's been a busy week if you're in the injury management world and the management of head injuries and such like. Quite a lot of news coming out about tackle heights and things like that, but I guess from your guys' point of view, it's all about looking after the player and doing what we can to help with that.
Yeah, obviously we look after concussions, but we're trying to keep across the news from the RFU and then perhaps a bit of the bite back from the community game about how this is going to be enforced come September next year, and it seems like it's still not is to be determined, right? Which is, from a personal perspective, I think the waist and below brings, although will bring safety of the ball player, ball carrier, probably become safer, but it brings a whole host of other questions and issues. So I think we all just need a bit of clarity around it. Just as a rugby fan, I want to know my kid plays, under 11 rugby, and I want to know what he's doing. But yeah, it's obviously going to potentially change the game, but hopefully for the better. That's always, isn't it? Law improvements always should be there to improve and improve and improve and refine, as opposed to take away. And but still lots of questions to be answered. And yeah, I suppose like everyone else, we'll watch this space and see what's decided.
Yeah, exactly. All we want is a bit of clarity and consultation. Would be nice. So there are some companies out there that I think it'd be nice to include in the conversation. Not ours, yours. Trinity 12-0 up and beginning their defence in some real style here. 2 early tries. Hurstby Point College coming back into it a little bit, but I guess in these shortened formats, getting a couple of early scores on the doors, it just makes it so hard to come back, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, we're up at St Joe's and they've got the same concept with the wind, actually. You've got the decision, so Hurst shouldn't be too despondent because they're going to have this hefty wind in the second half, but there's two trains of thought here. Do you get a lead and defend it, or do you try and hold out knowing that in the second half you're going to have that advantage? And actually, as the day goes on, I think those tactics change. Early on, actually, you'd be quite confident with a 2-score game for Hurst that actually with the win second half, you can do something with it. Like we say, that I would wager a bacon sandwich that the majority of tries today will be scored at the left-hand side of the pitch because of that wind advantage, but might be proven wrong. Yeah, it's a classic game of two halves, really, because very, very hard kicking into the wind, you're not going to make any ground. Whereas Trinity have always got that bailout if they're under pressure, that they can give themselves a respite.
Absolutely. Half-time, Trinity 12, Hurstby Point College 0, but as Pete Richards says, second half with the wind going the other way. Well, the wind going the same way, the team's going the other way. I'm absolutely on it today, don't you worry. Trinity off to a good start with their defence. Team's just about ready for the second half. Hurstby Point College to kick off. David Bampoe on for Trinity, a former NextGen 15 co-commentator. I'm sure that's on his CV. Trinity have been great off the kickoffs so far. That one a fairly easy one to gather. They've made a few changes actually at half-time. Ian Kench getting his squad all a run out in this one. Trinity having to work hard. Hurstpierpoint College defence is up fast. But Trinity just relentless, finding a gap around the fringes. Doing well to keep the ball alive. There is that man, Bampoe. The ball through his hands. Now the left wing.
Real quick and bounce, I'm telling you.
Physical start to this second half. Huge clear out from Trinity. But poached by Hurstpierpoint. And Pete, I guess a question for you on 10s and 7s is how you deal with that breakdown area in terms of, do I throw a couple of numbers? Do I just go with the one man? Because if you leave it short, you're in danger of it getting poached as they were there. But on the other hand, if you chuck a load of bodies in, you've got no one to go and attack with.
Yeah, I've been seeing this a couple of times and experienced it in Dubai actually. There's a very popular vets tournament in Dubai, and I've seen 10-man rucks because I think this game, even though the numbers would suggest it's closer to 7s and 15s, I think this game more suits the 15 style in terms of the breakdowns are incredibly competitive. If you only have one sweeper at the back, you can potentially get 7, 8 or 9 defenders across the pitch, which is very different to a 7s picture where you might only have 2 or 3 defenders marking an entire side of a ruck. And the space is, there's almost too many options, but actually you see in this from the camera angle above, there's not a lot of spaces. Good defences come up, and the game actually is more like a 15-a-side game, just with obviously with a bit more space. But it's not, like I say, you shouldn't come into it mistakenly thinking it's a game of 7s, because it's very much not.
Well, also nowadays in the 15-a-side game, we're getting quite accustomed to sort of 12-a-side with yellow cards and all sorts. People are learning how to defend with that few people on the field.
Coming back to your point, I don't know whether I answered your first question, but the breakdowns are super competitive, and actually you'll see in tight games that's the defining factor, because you can have all the possession in the world, but one turnover and counter-attack and you can be in serious trouble. So again, the good teams compete hard at all breakdowns, because what you're doing is challenging the attacking team, that they have to be on it every time. As a defensive team, you only need to get one ruck right, but as an attacking team, the pressure's on. You need to get every ruck right to maintain the ball. So if you're asking that question of the opposition at every ruck, that you've got to get your detail, your body height, your all of those bits and bobs right, rather than just gifting them an unopposed ruck. Like I say, 1 in every 5 you need to get right, and that's the key, and you get turnovers. And in this format, turnovers are really the best opportunities to score tries.
They certainly are. Scrum Hurstpierpoint goes down. I think we'll reset that one. We will indeed. Nothing too technical there, I don't think. It just went down, didn't it?
It did. I'm looking here, you can probably see from the camera, the Hurstpierpoint fly half, for anyone watching, schoolboys watching, I'd probably bring him up about 5 yards. Because as a Trinity defender, I'd feel quite comfortable with the distance from me to the Hurst 10. So the flatter that Hurst 10 can get, and he's running onto it really nicely, but snuffed out reasonably easily. And again, we're looking at opportunities to score. I think the scrum opportunities in 10s are vast, because you're locking in 5 defenders obviously into the scrum, plus a scrum half. So it's one of the times again where you don't have that field of 6 or 7 defenders spread across the pitch. There's only actually on that occasion 2 either side of the scrum. So you basically can create a 3-on-2 with no effort whatsoever. And we saw on that occasion actually the 3rd member of the Hurst 3 wasn't really in the game. He was 10 metres behind, and actually it ended up being a 2-on-2. So really easy for Trinity to defend. Let's see if they can do slightly better with this side. But they've got what is a 3. Well, it's a 3-on-3 again, and as you can see, they're not really playing to the space.
trying to use the scrum half to create an extra man, aren't they?
Well, it's a good option, but again, I would say that the winger on this side for Hurst was not doing anything. Whereas actually, if he floats in behind the scrum, does he go left? Does he go right? Well, the defence don't know where he's going. But as soon as you commit to one side, you're giving that read for the defence that he can't affect that attack there on the right-hand side. So here we go. We got set up. We got Hurst with 3 defenders, Trinity with 4 plus a scrum half, and if they can utilise the scrum half in that loop, all of a sudden they're creating an overlap, and that's really nicely done by Trinity. Actually making the best of the space and making a really, really easy 30-metre game. I know they've dropped the ball, but actually in terms of a concept, really nice concept from the scrum, using the scrum half to create the overlap.
Always nice when a plan comes off, isn't it?
It's quite a simple move. You know, if you watch that back on replay, it's just the 9 looping with the 10. But done accurately, and then moving the ball into space. And say into this wind, it's challenging. Let's see if Hurst can learn from that. Again, you look at the depth of the Hurst back line. I'm seeing a fullback. He's virtually on the 22. That, for me, I would be recommending he gets as probably 10 to 12 metres flatter than he is at the moment.
Well, they move it to that back line. There is a lot of depth there, but they're having to work, as you say, quite hard to get up to the line. Across the halfway line they go on the right-hand side. Decent ball. Scrum half has to just get his hands away. Trying to go fast. It's gone to deck. Trinity defence is up fast. Hurst flashing to the right, but Trinity up fast again. And that's what we were talking about, is making every single breakdown an absolute menace for the opposition. Trinity just working so hard in defence.
Well, it's their idea, isn't it? It's, you know, for the last, although they've just had a man sent to the bin, so what a great opportunity. But it's their USP, it's their super strength, Trinity, their defence. They've got some great rugby players and ball handlers, but ultimately, over the course of the last few years, their success is based on a really, really good defensive system, great work rate, great technique, and ultimately successful defence comes out of work rate, and I think that, above everything else, they probably top other teams in that department.
Well, you and I were on commentary for that Trinity Harrow game, and it was absolutely outstanding, and that defence was a huge part of it, and we spoke about it at length, and we got 4, 5, 6 messages on our social media accounts from Trinity players, all sliding into the DMs to say, we love defence. And when you've got schoolboys saying we love defence, they really must love it.
And that's it, and that's the skill of the coach, I think, Ian Kench and his team, because you've got to make it enjoyable, right? And players buy into it and they enjoy it. Everyone loves scoring tries, but if you can make players love defending, then you're onto a winner. But they'll be tested here. Look, they've got to defend a 5-metre line out. Very hard to throw in this wind again, whether you can see it or not. But is that a tackle? I believe. I think Hurst slightly hard done by. I think he was probably tackled in the air, wasn't it?
It looked like one of those where so many things happened all at once that the ref wasn't quite sure what had gone on. I think we had a knock on, we had a tackle in the air, we had a line out no one was expecting to go over the top. In the end, we've gone with the simplest decision. Yeah,
and look, really even game. We said this second half it would be Hurst with the better of the chances, and that's one that, what are they? They're 12-0 down. If they execute that and get all of a sudden 7-12, a converted try wins them the game. But I mean, this is key here, because the short format don't have a huge amount of time. So if they score here, it's really on. You'd back Hurst to win the game, but if they don't, equally the momentum shifts back to Trinity.
And it looks as though the clock is ticking rapidly towards red. So if Trinity can see this out, you'd wager that'll be that. They're put into the scrum. Shaping up to have a run though. Ball squirts out the scrum, so they have to tidy it up. Scrum half's done brilliantly well to tidy that up as well, and a nice pass out to his winger, and he's got some space to run into. Puts the kick in. There is space in behind. How's you bounce? It's a tricky one. It's bobbing and weaving all around. Hurst Midpoint College eventually tidy it up. But from the Trinity try line, we're up almost to 22, and the referee blows his whistle. Trinity get their defence off to a perfect start, a 12-0 win. Those 2 early tries doing the job. Full time here on Oval 2, Trinity 12, Hurstfield Point College 0.
Seb, you're in touch. Mate, Finn used to do it.
One of you run top.
Boys, one of you running top. Seb. Yeah, get it, Seb.
So here on pitch oval 2, Solihull on the right-hand side of your screens in the purplish shirts, and on the left-hand side of your screens, Epsom College in blue and white. Both of these sides won their first games. Epsom College beating Gordons, and Solihull with a really impressive victory against Cardiff and Vale College, a side that a lot of people have been expecting big things of. So Solihull off to a really strong start. And once again, alongside me, is Peter Bridges from Return to Play, whose logo you can see at the bottom left-hand side of the screens. Good bunch of you down there at Return to Play.
Yeah, good. Well, Seaford came on board actually with us in October, which is great. So it was great to be able to support this tournament. We've got one of our match day doctors here looking after higher level injuries, which, you know, we hope there aren't any, but if there are, hopefully they're in good hands with one of our doctors. So great to come down and support the event. Great event, came last year. Very lucky with the weather last year. It was like a summer's day, if you remember.
I do remember, but it's having to get the sun cream out.
Yeah, indeed. A great event. Liam Dubler and the Seaford team are really turning this into one of the must-haves of the calendar, and I think that's represented in the teams that are coming down. You mentioned Solihull. You know, it's not a local team by any stretch. Cardiff and Vale College, not a local team by any stretch. So people travelling from far and wide. Ipswich as well, if you look at the geography of England, being in Suffolk to get down to Sussex is a good
Lovely line there from Solihull, but turned over by Epsom. Stabbed the kick through, goes a bit skew-whiff, but they get a hold of it. Quite a young Epsom College team, this one, by the looks of it. Maybe they're just very fresh-faced. Spreading the ball from right to left, keeping it alive. In that game before, we were talking about how you see this as closer to 15s than to 7s, and I suppose as part of that, we've seen a lot of teams with differing approaches. Some teams trying to keep the ball alive as much as possible, some playing with a bit more structure. Where would you sort of be leaning towards?
Well, look, with the weather conditions, actually, you see the profiles of the players. There's definitely You know, in a game of sevens, you don't see too many type 5 forwards getting selected for their respective teams. But there's a lot of big guys here today because I think the coaches realise the importance of still being able to ball carry and go forward and win the gain line. I think that's still first and foremost in a game of 10s. We say those principles still apply. You've got to win the breakdown, you've got to win the gain line, and from there opportunities will come. And you can't just do that with a team of backs unless your backs are all built like forwards. But you need some size, you need some carry. So it's a great game. We see some really good props and second rows that perhaps wouldn't get into their school sevens teams, but within a 10s team have a tremendous amount of value for the squad. And big squads here as well. So a bit of rolling subs. So good opportunity to give it a good blast and then have a breather and so on like that. But yeah, it's a game of with the same principles as 15s as opposed to 7s, I believe.
Absolutely, and Epsom College trying to force their way through, but Solihull rather, getting some big moves in defence. Epsom College, they're hitting the line with real pace and aggression, aren't they?
Yeah, but again, they are, and they're doing tremendously well into this wind. You know, we've not seen in the last game Hurst Trinity. We saw about 30 seconds of play in the opposition in this top right-hand half, but Epsom against the wind and against the run of play almost are putting in a great opening shift here. And if they were to get a try, that would be a massive confidence booster for them.
They've certainly got an opportunity to go for that try, and there they go.
There you go, pick and go, right? Pick and go. It's very something you see across the Premiership and European rugby over the course of the last couple of weekends. Not perhaps something you'd see in the 7th circuit.
Classic shortened format play, the pick and go. Epsom College making it work very nicely indeed. And the conversion straight through the post, a 7-0 lead for Epsom College. And as we've been saying throughout, against the wind, going 7-0 up is quite something. And that is a very solid footing to have, isn't it? 7-0 lead, playing into the wind. They're going to be feeling pretty confident about the next 15, 16 minutes or so ahead.
Yeah. And I think Trinity, we just seen lead the way in this, in that you'd love to see Solihull's defence be more aggressive. You know, when they've got the wind at their backs, it's going to be incredibly hard for Epsom to get the ball wide, right? So if your wingers particularly can be really aggressive and shut down Epsom's time and space, you're gonna create errors.
We've just seen a couple of the teething problems in beginning the shortened format season. Neither side quite sure who's supposed to kick off after that try. Couple of minutes of debate about who is going to do what. I think they eventually decided it probably is Epsom, having scored the try, that are taking the kick-off. Didn't quite go 10 though, so Solihull got the free kick on halfway. And they're trying to just stretch this Epsom College defence. Setting up a breakdown in the middle of the field. Epsom College going for it on the deck and earning the penalty. I was wondering when the whistle was going to go there. I thought surely that's going to come.
Yeah, that's really, really good work from Epsom. You can see, actually, the Solihull boys just a bit slow to the breakdown, running across, almost being reactive rather than proactive to predicting where that ruck's going to be. And actually, man for man, you can see here, Solihull, considerably bigger team, aren't they? Man for man, really big physical team here. Epsom, far more skillful, but actually at the breakdown there, their technique was excellent. Paul Burke and the crew, I know, drill so much good technical aspects at Epsom, and that was on show there in what they were able to do against bigger men to get a turnover.
And finding a gap in the defence, having won the line out of Epsom College. Oh, it's great footwork, great pace, and a second try for Epsom College.
That's classy, top class try from the Epsom number 9. Break through the middle of the pitch, and he made it look really easy, but one-on-one with a fullback with covering defence coming back. But he not only stepped, but he maintained his pace, didn't he? And took that step to the outside off the left foot and had gas to burn to finish there. And you've got to say, Epsom in total control of this game. Really short turnarounds. I mean, they only finished their last game about 25 minutes ago. That's why squad strength and squad depth is so important. You're not going to have the same 10 players playing. A great individual try there from Epsom, and very much in control of this game.
Certainly is. We see the replay here. It's a big old step off the right foot, finds the gap, pace, little bit of footwork, and then pins the ears back, and off he goes. Wonderful, wonderful Epsom College try. And I'm interested to see if they can nail this kickoff technique, because the man closest to us wearing 15 is absolutely towering above everyone else. If they can get him on the end of a kickoff, they can really play off that.
You're quite right, and that's what they're going for, right? They've got actually the 6 and the 15 of Epsom, the boy in the red scrum cap and then the grey scrum cap on the end. They get a contestable kick, which actually, when you're playing into the wind, is the advantage.
Solihull finding a bit of space zone, breaking through the covering tackle. Second cover comes in. Epsom still racing backwards to try and fill the space. Solihull keeping the ball alive. You can see the wind in effect there. That pass goes out. Ball still alive from Solihull though. Oh, it's a little dummy. It's a lovely dummy. Is he going to get across the line? He deserves it after that. Not quite into touch. Oh, it's glorious dummy.
Oh, love it. Yeah, the dummy switch on the end. And actually, it was the fact that he releases the ball there out of his hand, which sells it brilliantly to the Epsom player. But again, credit to the Epsom defence. Never gave up, did they? And that's a last-ditch tackle about half a yard from the try line. But
they
first,
claim the line out as well.
Sorry, Angus. I was just going to say, first proper bit of play we've seen from Solihull in the game.
You're absolutely right. Certainly showing us that they've got plenty of skill when given the opportunity. That dummy's going to be one for the highlights reel at the end of the day. Epsom College, though, still have the ball. I think we're probably edging into final play of the half territory. Epsom rather fancying a score to finish the half with. But either way, 12-0 at the break, playing into this wind, is going to be quite some achievement. Can they make it more? Finding a bit of space, getting the offload away. They are going to get that score to end the half. 3 tries for Epsom College. Lovely rugby from their own try line to the opposition try line. Fantastic work from Epsom.
Well, look, wandering around some of the pitches over there behind us, Angus, I know it's early in the day. This is the most complete performance I think I've seen. You know, what is this, third game in of the day? But Epsom are looking unstoppable. Great in defence, well organised, but in attack, so clinical. And please don't underestimate, this wind is picking up. We spoke 10 minutes ago. It was strong, but it's almost up to virtually gale force down the pitch. So to be, what are they, 19-0 up at the break into the wind, that is an outstanding effort. And I'm sure Paul Burke and the coaching staff will think about rotating in this second half, because with a winner in the bank and this game hopefully sealed, they'll be thinking about things beyond this, perhaps.
They certainly will. And these are the sort of moments where you see the difference between Paul Burke the player and Paul Burke the coach. Because Paul Burke the player, I know at half-time would be going, right, what we're going to do, lads, is play the corners, and we're just going to keep them pinned in. And I know that the way he coaches his side, they're going to play absolutely full beans for that second half.
Well, you can't take your foot off the gas, but as a fly half, right? That's obviously Paul Burke as a fly half. Hopefully, the tactician will be coming out in him to think, how can we use this wind? Solihull didn't use the wind particularly well, but how can we use this wind to manage the game effectively?
Well, it's something we've not seen a lot of today, actually, is that kicking side of the game. I suppose it's that thing that you get drawn into and thinking, well, it's shortened format, so you know, play. But actually, get your foot on the ball, and it's the hardest thing in rugby to do, is to get out from deep in your own 22. It's hard to get out of, and it's that mental pressure on you as well. And if you've got a bit of a lead, stick it down there, get out.
Well, I see it as I totally agree with what you say. I see it as psychological as well, that chasing back as the defending team, when the ball goes over your head and you've got to chase back 40 or 50 metres to then hit a ruck, to then be attacking from deep in your own 22. It's hard. And if that happens 2-3 times in a half, the important bit for Epsom is to get that first tackle right. So once they kick, they've got to ensure that that first up tackle is made. Then actually it's of huge benefit to kick. If you miss the first tackle, then obviously you give Solihull the opportunity to counter-attack. But yeah, psychologically, for some of the bigger forwards, running backwards repeatedly can be very hard and disheartening more than anything for a team, particularly Solihull, now chasing the game, having to score 3 converted tries to any chance of winning this game.
Absolutely. Just about ready to start this second half. Epsom just waiting for the referee's whistle. There it goes. And they send the kickoff deep. They've certainly had a chat about that at halftime, haven't they? Almost too deep, that one. Looks as though Solihull are going to play it out. Oh, they know they've touched it down and will go all the way back. And possibly a sign of the strength of the wind there, that ball is carried a little further than expected.
Indeed, indeed. And using the wind, but probably a lesson for Epsom there about a sort of a 9-iron, if we're using a golf analogy, would have been enough there to send it 40 yards, but he's hit a 7-iron and it's gone dead.
Solihull then, can they take advantage of the field position? Arriving at pace into the line, but good tackling from Epsom. Solihull pass floating about in the wind there. Finding a bit of space though on this right-hand side. How's your pace? Not too bad at all. Keeps the ball in field. Big tackle coming in from Epsom. Having a little dabble around the fringes, but intercepted. And that could be the crucial moment for Epsom. Solihull looking as though they might be about to creak through there, but Epsom snaffling the interception and getting across the line.
Well, great intercept, but I'm going to credit that. I'm going to find out the boy's name. Number 19, Epsom. He just leathered somebody, twice his size. He looks like a scrum half from here. He probably isn't. But what a tackle. What a tackle. And a Solihull boy that was in full flow. He absolutely stopped him in his tracks. For the subsequent offload, Epsom go 80 metres, and that really is game over, isn't it now? Great start to the half. All positive signs there from Solihull with a great break up this right-hand touchline. One mistake, and Epsom are home.
And a good conversion as well. Epsom College 26-0 up. This really has been clinical work from Epsom. Both sides making a few changes. Big squads here today, 17, 18 players. We see it again here. It was the offload off the deck. There was about a second and a half where I thought, I wonder if he's got this. But I should never have doubted him. He had the pace all the way. Kick doesn't go 10 though, so Solihull will have another tap on the halfway line.
Well, Paul Burke will have his kickers in between games practicing their kickoffs, I reckon, because they've got one's gone too long and one's gone too short, so they'll have to work out that for the next game.
Solihull working the ball down the left-hand side, spilling it forward though, and we'll have an Epsom scrum. And after that fantastic win in their first game against Cardiff and Vale College, Solihull finding life a little tougher here in their first live game of the day. Plenty yet to come though.
Well, we see this at St Joe's College as well. I've been up at St Joseph's College. I played there in 1994, believe it or not, so I've been around that tournament for a number of years. It takes you a few years to get the feel of the concept and the format, and Epsom coming here last year, a lot of these players I recognise from last year, they understand far better than the Solihull boys what the short format 10-a-side feels like in terms of effort levels, in terms of tactics, etc., etc. And I think they're showing here their experience of the competition and how to be successful in this format.
Absolutely, and it's a format of the game that you don't play very often. You know, we play a lot of 7s, we play a lot of 15-a-side rugby, but actually 10s is not one that people play all that often. So there is an awful lot of getting used to get through.
And I love it. I mean, I'd love to see. I think there's something in between as well, like a St Joe's format, but 12-a-side. I think that sometimes the 15-a-side format with short games doesn't produce particularly great spectacles, whereas this is fantastic. We are high scoring. You know, the weather conditions are testing, but we're still getting really high scoring games. You know, we've been to some St Joe's fixtures where a 0-0 or a 3-0, and for the purist, yes, but for the spectator, of course, high scoring and a game with plenty of opportunities is what we're ultimately looking for as a fan.
So what are you talking about? I love a 3-all draw. It's my kind of game. Solihull have nabbed that one. They're going to try and play out from their own half. There's a little bit of space here on the left-hand side. It's now just a foot race towards the try line. That's really well covered by Epsom, although the tackle slipped off, and Solihull are going to keep going down the left-hand side. They're going to get their first score of the game. Reward for keeping their efforts up.
Yeah, great effort, great spirit there from the Solihull boys. Like you say, they're 26-0 down, but they're playing right till the end. And as you know, as the coaching staff, that's all their ask of their players. And nice to finish a game in a positive manner as the rain starts to come down into the faces of the Solihull boys. This is going to make conditions even trickier this afternoon, into the afternoon, shall I say? But yeah, great for Solihull to get on the scoreboard.
Certainly is. About 3 minutes left to go in this one. As you say, the rain coming down against the forecast. I was told that there might be rain before 9 o'clock, and that was it. Testing conditions for all. Epsom College claim the kickoff. Ball goes over the head of the fly half there, but they gather it up. They've got a couple of numbers on this right-hand side if they can get the ball through.
This is where I'd just like to see Epsom use this win now, and this is the perfect example of don't overcomplicate things. Actually, like a high ball, but that high ball is going to end up travelling sort of 40 or 50 metres. And with a 4-man chase on one poor fullback from Solihull.
Well, and that's the thing, isn't it? There is a lot of space in the backfield because you can only really defend with one in the backfield.
There you go. And you can turn it into a really attacking move. Well, like you say, sending a 4-man chase, the poor old fullback's on his own. If you tackle him, you then got an opportunity to perhaps turn him over at the breakdown and get the ball back. So it's not a negative tactic. It's very much for the... it's just another way of attacking it as such.
What is a bit of a negative is the rain is really lashing down now. We're very much in wintry conditions. Ball gets swept back in the wind and the rain there. But Solihull finding a bit of space, getting the offload away. That's really nice play. Down the left-hand side, another go at the offload, but this time it doesn't stick. Ball into touch. And we'll have an Epsom College line out on their own 22 just about. Incredible how often a line out takes place just on the 22 or the 10. It's amazing.
Well, this is probably, you know, we've seen over the course of this game a couple of line outs. The line out underestimated skill in 10s or 7s, but with this wind going across the pitch, it's really, really hard. And Epsom have done a great job there of winning that ball, but still intent on running from deep.
Winger bundled into touch, being encouraged by his mates to back himself. Perhaps the right option might have been to step in field. Hard though when everyone's telling you to back yourself.
Yeah, again, the idea of these tournaments, isn't it, is to learn game on game and try and be better each game as you get tireder, but actually be tactically slightly smarter. And I think maybe one of the lessons from Epsom moving forward will be how best to use the wind to their advantage. I thought they did a tremendous job first half into the wind, but this second half probably guilty of overplaying. There we go. There's a really nice use of a kick, and although it's not worked out.
It's one of those, isn't it, where the idea is right, the space is there. If that had sat up on the bounce, the winger had plenty of space to run into. Just drifts out into touch. But at the end of the game, anyway, So not to matter for Epsom College, because that is an absolutely fantastic performance here on Oval 2. 26 points to 7 they win against Solihull. Epsom College with 2 wins from 2, 1 group game left for them. They are looking in strong form and in contention for a cup semi-final place. Full time here on Oval 2. Epsom College 26, Solihull 7.
This game now, we're still top 2, so exactly. He's gone now. Oh, this won't be on.
So we restart the action here on pitch Oval 2. Hurstpierpoint College against St Benedict's. Hurstpierpoint on the left-hand side of your screens in the red shirts, and on the right-hand side of your screens, St Benedict's. Temperatures have plummeted here at Seaford College. The wind is absolutely howling. The rain is coming down. But it's a pleasure to be here with you all. St Benedict's to kick us off. And they send the kick high and hanging. Very contestable as well. Spill forward though, so we'll have a Hurstpierpoint College scrum for the first meaningful action of this first half. Hurstby Point moving the ball from right to left. St Benedict's doing a really good job though of making life difficult for Hurstby Point College. Down the left-hand side. Go Hurstby Point. It's really slow, gritty, aggressive stuff though from both sides, and it's been ripped clean by St Benedict's, who are going to have a chance for their first counter-attack of the game. Oh, it's a lovely offload off the floor as well from St Benedict's. Hurt themselves in the process, but that is lovely, lovely handling on the floor from St Benedict's. Over on pitch, over 1 by the way, Trinity against Marlborough College. Live streams from both Oval 1 and Oval 2 today for you. Bit of a delay for injury. We've been running pretty good on the schedule so far today. This is really the first break that we've had. Everyone back on their feet though. And we will restart the game with a scrum down, St Benedict's ball. I think the wind may just have died down for a second. As St Benedict's get on the attack, that ball doesn't quite go to hand. It's a shame it didn't as well, because they looked as though they were clean through, although they may well be through yet anyway. The number 11 gets close to the try line. And across they go, St Benedict's with the score. A fine start to the game from the Ealing side. Former Schools Cup finalists. Back in 2008, I believe. Conversion made as well. St Benedict's lead against Hurstby Point College. 7 points to 0. We see the replay here. They were almost through from the fly half. The bouncing ball fed to the number 11. Quick ruck ball. And number 6 splashes across the line. Hurstby Point having to play out from their own half. As you would have heard from Pete Richards earlier, playing into the wind is tricky. Hurstby Point, the side doing that at the moment, as they just hauled across into touch. We'll have a line out just about on the 10-metre line. St Benedict's ball. Hurstby Point win the line out and bursting through the middle and across the halfway line they go. Great play from Hurst, keeping the ball alive. Ball on the left-hand side. Getting tangled up. The call comes in to move the ball. Still, they're chanting at them to move the ball. Now they get a chance to move it, and they're trying to work it through the hands, into the hands of the big number 8. Oh, and it's just spilled at the crucial moment. St Benedict's now with the ball. This is the penultimate game in the morning session. And we're going to have a scrum down. St Benedict's ball. I say the penultimate game. We've got 2 more to go. Dulwich College against Felsted next up here on Oval 2. And then the final game of the morning session, RGS High Wycombe against Christ College Brecon, followed by the lunch break. And then we're on to semi-finals and then the final. St Benedict's on the charge. Oh, that's lovely play from St Benedict's. The floating over the top offload. And the scrum half can just tidy that one up and finish. And St Benedict's into the wind. Oh, sorry, with the wind, rather. With a 12-0 lead. Conversion to come. And we've still got 2.5 minutes before the half-time break. We'll see it again here. They had to work so hard to get the ball away, but once they did, it was glorious play down the right-hand side, and look at this from the winger. Just pops the pass over the top of the on-rushing defender, and away they go with the tidy finish. Kick doesn't go 10, so we'll have a free kick, Hurstby Point College on the halfway line. This is Hurst's second live game of the day. They went down to reigning champions Trinity in their first game. Trinity, who, by the way, are over on our other live stream of Pitch Oval 1. And Hurst bobbing this way and that. Are they going to get across the try line? They're certainly up to close. 5 meters away, having a little dart around the fringe as the scrum half. Through the hands they go. Surely a question of just who's getting across the line. And they do get across the line, and I think, I was going to say I think it's the number 10, but it's not the number 10. It's that man in the centre of your screen right there. A tidy finish, and Hurstby Point College have their first try of the game, narrowing the gap to 12 points to 5, conversion to come. Conversion just misses to the left-hand side. We've got about 30 seconds until the half-time break. But into the wind, to be down by just 7 points, is a pretty fair position to be in for Hurstby Point College. They won't be too disheartened. This wind is worth a couple of points. Ball spilled from the restart from St Benedict's as well. And that is half-time. So we go into the break. St Benedict's leading against Hurstby Point College, 12 points to 5. We'll be back with you very shortly. So, just about ready for the second half. Hurstby Point College looking to come back from 5-12 down here against St Benedict's. Kickoff doesn't go 10 though, so it's going to be a St Benedict's free kick on halfway. St Benedict's, by the way, if you're just joining us, are on the left-hand side of your screens in the green shirts, and on the right-hand side of your screens in red are Hurstby Point College, and St Benedict's on the attack into the wind, looking for a third try of the game and finding a bit of space down that left-hand side, doing really well to keep the ball alive. Oh, and through the gap they go. What a start to the second half for St Benedict's. A third try, an all-important try. What a way to begin this second half for the Ealing side. Glorious rugby from St Benedict's. Absolutely outstanding play. Look at that. The strength through the tackle. The big handoff comes in and he gets himself just about underneath the post. Absolutely fantastic. And St Benedict's have got their tails up in a big way now. 19 points to 5 up. Searching for a fourth try, and if they can get this one through the hands, they can't quite. It's a really good bit of defence from Hurstby Point College. St Benedict's keeping the ball alive though. The live wire scrum half on the right hand side. Continuing to work hard. If they get the offload away, can they keep this one alive or get across the line? Not quite. Ball goes to ground. It's a big counter ruck from Hurstby Point College, but we're going to come back for a penalty on the right hand side here. St Benedict's have got a man down as well. He's looking in a little bit of pain. And the esteemed Phil Bowers, referee, marching down the touchline towards us. We'll see what he's got to say in a second. St Benedict's going to pump this one into the corner. St Benedict's with a line out on the 22. Can they get the fourth try? 19 points to 5 up. Ball collected at the tail of the line out. Releasing the back line. Hurstby Point College defence is up really nicely. But St Benedict's doing a really good job of just keeping it alive through contact, although it's starting to get a little scrappy now. Commentator's curse there, isn't it? Knocked on by Ealing. By Ealing? By St Benedict's from Ealing. And Hurstby Point College will have the scrum. Ball to the tail of the scrum. Hurst looping with the scrum half, finding some space down the left-hand side. They need to step in field, you'd think. No, they don't, because they've got all the gas in the world. Ball ricochets off the covering defender. And across the line for a line out. Oh yeah, jump on. All right. I'm now joined by esteemed referee Phil Bowers. How are you?
Yeah, top form, thanks very much. How are you?
Not too bad at all, thank you. Not too bad at all. Enjoying some very good rugby in some quite testing conditions as Hurstby Point College. Oh, that's lovely control Little Messi up there.
Great score. Yeah, the conditions are deteriorating. Who ordered this rain?
It's not quite what we were hoping for, is it? A lot of wind and a lot of rain, but a very good tournament to be a part of.
Oh, it's great. It's really well organised. We'd enjoy coming here.
Difficult challenge refereeing 10s rather than the sort of 7s or 15s formats.
Not really. I mean, it's similar to 7s, but just got to adjust to what you've got in the day. Really, I've seen some high qualities so far. It's been really good.
Standard certainly
I'm
has
on
been
next
high.
year. I'm not sure I'll come on. It's raining. I don't do rain.
No, you're a fair weather ref, aren't you?
Correct. 100%. I'll find somebody junior.
Yeah. Quite right too.
Anyway, James here. James. He's the referee. He's from Seaford College. He's dead keen. Dead keen.
Dead keen and doing a fine job.
Excellent job.
And that score from Hurstby Point College has just narrowed things to 19 points to 12.
Game on.
3 minutes left to go. Hurstby Point have got a chance here. Hurstby Point with the scrum. Ball moving from right to left, just spilled. 2.5 minutes left to play. Can Hurstby Point get the try? Oh, it's a wonderful, wonderful defensive effort from St Benedict's. Earning the penalty at the breakdown. And they've not made great ground from it, but what they have made is possession their own, and they bought a little bit of time as the ball goes off the field and onto the cricket square. And in the absence of anyone going to go and get the ball, we've got even more of a delay. Finally we get a ball back. St Benedict's try scorer is over it. Scrappy play at the moment.
Who's the form side you've seen so far?
Well, it's been an interesting one so far. There's Trinity obviously reigning champions and playing pretty nice stuff, but without a few of their stars, so it'll be interesting to see how they get on as the tournament progresses. Epsom College looking very strong.
I did Epsom first game, they were very good.
They've got an absolute giant of a winger as well. He's this sort of perfect kick-off machine. Just send the ball his way.
Yeah, big lad.
Of course, this is your patch. You're
patch,
around these areas all the time.
I am, yeah. But I travel around the southern England refereeing. But do you like our new kit? He's got the Sussex green. I've got the Sussex pink on.
Sussex pink is the way forward. I like it. True Sussex colours.
Used to be Sussex blue, but we're changing it.
You've got to enjoy that.
Absolutely. Neutral shirts, you see. There's nothing worse than having shirts that are similar colours to players, because in case they tackle you.
Well, since I've got you here, I'm going to ask you. Well, I'm going to ask you the question as St Benedict's break away for what is surely going to be their fourth try of the game. The corner flagging is supreme. But the try scoring is even better. St Benedict's with their fourth try of the game. I think that's going to be it as well. Which may have escaped you from having to answer what my difficult question was going to be, because I know you're up next.
Ask me at half time.
You're a lucky man. Enjoy the game. Phil Bowers there, refereeing Supremo of Southern England. And that is indeed full time. St Benedict's 26, Hurstby Point College 12. And what a try that was to finish things up with here on pitch oval 2. A one-man Solo effort from the scrum half, his second try of the game. St Benedict's fourth, and a fantastic victory for the Ealing side. Full-time hit, St Benedict's 26, Hurstpierpoint Point College 12.
Good.
Welcome back to Oval 2. Dulwich College versus Felsted School, two traditional rugby schools battling it out here down in Seaford, and alongside me for this one I have one of Felsted's very own. Max, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks, mate. It's a successful start to the tournament for you guys. A strong win in the opening game. You confident after that?
Yeah, it was good. Slow start, but we got into it pretty decently. Drew to Seaford. Obviously now we're like 12 points behind. Oh, good interception from Dandy.
And already.
Oh no, Jesse.
I mean that's your one job. Is to identify your mates. Exactly. Cotterell over already. Very quick for them to get themselves off the mark. Dulwich College.
Just what we needed.
Barely got their tracksuits off, and already Felsted had managed to find a score.
On a mission to chase down Seaford.
Plucked out of thin air. Jesse Cotterell's racing away. It's a hard gig for you, Max. You've got your mates all up in front of you, giving you a lot of chat.
Mocked by my team.
So I applaud you for having the guts to come up here and chat with us. But Dulwich College are going to try and string something together as they look to get themselves back into this game, which they weren't allowed to originally. Quentin Myers not releasing. Newland will take this one quickly. Handling, and Hamish Irvine out wide is ducking and diving and driving towards the line. What? Flag went up. Assistant going to take it.
What? Why'd you put your flag up? Okay.
What's going on here?
Fair enough. Whose ball? Carried out. Red ball.
He's gone out. Hamish may have had a foot or so in touch, so it would be a line out for Dulwich College taken.
Well, I'm in charge.
Surely
He's my assistant.
Throw this one in. How come we don't see you?
What are you doing? Are you going in?
What's up with you?
I've been out for quite a while now. I had to have shoulder surgery, so should be back in a month or so, but it's been quite a slow recovery. Hopefully back for Roslyn Park.
Play it, play it!
Those seem to be the piece of resistance that these clubs are sort of working towards. This 10s a good sort of bridge between those
Tackle,
two
release.
disciplines. Irvine just setting play up nicely for Felsted to go through the middle, and it's Cotterill who was looking to head for a brace, but ball just spilt in the contact.
Come here, boys. Knock on.
Felsted will take this on. What are the sort of targets that you guys are looking for in this 10s game?
ready.
It's obviously this hybrid
Crouch.
between 15s and 7s. So
Bind.
what sort of
Set.
things
Halfway only
has
scrum half.
the Chevalier been talking to you guys about when it comes to sort of applying the trade?
I've not really been involved, but I think it's
Not
all
now,
about
Raid.
quick ball. Oh, quick ball and that. Bridging between 15s, running the ball in more, and 7s, which is keeping the ball alive, not going down and in.
Been working specifically
front.
on 10s,
Wingers put you
or
on.
are you just trying to adapt to your 7s game a little bit more? I mean, how has training gone for the boys?
Training, mixture of all age groups, to be honest. Just getting as
There
many
we are,
people
we work
involved
off
as
you.
possible. I think we brought a 22-man squad with a few year 11s, some new debuts for year 12s playing as well, yeah.
Yeah, don't wait for me.
Breath of fresh air for this side. There's a few players that were playing at 15s missing, but Newland was certainly one who was in the fray initially, and he's managing to stretch his legs here. James Newland still going. Tackle just inside the 22. Cotterill, can he get the ball away? No, he can't. Felsted will take another phase. Garino and ball out wide.
And away tackle. Good, good.
Back the other way. Newland stamming it through. Cotterill's going to race after this one. Will he get there? Yes, he will.
Try, give it.
Cotterill with the brace.
Peeps, man.
Jesse Cotterill having a very successful start to this game. What can you tell us about Jesse Cotterill, eh? Max?
Saints boy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, good player. Lots of moves. Very, very flair.
That is not something that James Newland will want to necessarily watch back.
No, it's not. Very nonchalant player, James.
This is
When you're ready.
second year in the fray, as it were. Up a sick boy. They've played it.
In touch.
So they're out into touch
Pretty
and
well in
taking
there.
it quickly. Felsted have certainly got away with one there. Garino. Good hands. Newland still going. He's had a equally good start. Cotterill could be looking for the hat-trick. Still going. See Cotterill up towards the line.
Let it come. Counter-ruck is legal.
Good counter-up though from Dulwich, and can they potentially get something into this game? They've not had much
Offside.
to show for it so far. Newland called offside.
Never onside.
Kick into touch.
It's a good kick.
Hamish Irvine tries to keep it in, to no avail. 3 minutes left of the half.
Yeah, sure.
Changes about to be made for Felsted.
Just wait for sub. Is the man off? Yeah, good. Go 10.
Dulwich going to try and get their way into this game, but it's plucked out in the air quite nicely.
Ball was clear. No hands now, Red.
Dulwich have got it back.
Play
Yes, they
on.
have. Barely been able to string a pass together at the moment. Dulwich left all over the place. There's Captain Tom Speed who's going to try and lead by example.
No, Red. No, 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 no. No, no, leave him, leave him, leave him. Perfect, perfect.
Stab in behind. Swept up by Felsted, and away they go. Big fend and shove from Hendler. Newland onto Taylor Anton. Sarries Academy. Taylor Anton takes it up once more. Newland, that little stab over the top, that's delectable from Felsted. They're going to go for the kick once more. Still going, Garino, he could pick this up. That's absolutely stupendous from Felsted. Absolutely running riot, and the Monaco slides over. I mean, that is that's some loose rugby there from Felsted,
that was
Max.
some very loose rugby. It worked out in the end, though. The what? Oh, yeah. Heavily practiced and training that one.
Is it now?
Yes, very much so.
There you go. Well, Pierre Garino has taken the conversion himself and successful, might I add. Newland, just that little dab over the top. It's so well weighted.
One play on the half.
And that was Will Baxter,
That is one play on
head
the half.
boy, who tipped that ball over the top once more. Pierre Garino flops over in what was a fine score from Felsted. Taylor Anton off the restart. Look at that ball holding up in the wind. It's testing conditions. Dulwich going to try and get themselves back into this game. It's certainly been the most dominant affair so far out of all these fixtures. Certainly into the red, and Garino tussling with Dan Pinkney. Dulwich caught at 6s and 7s at the moment. Don't think they really know what's coming or going. Taylor Anton potentially got his hands over the ball there. Yes, he did. And
Advantage over.
good running line from Monty Cooper. Felsted
Knock on, no advantage.
had the ball at one point. They don't anymore. No one does. Half time. Max, give me a debrief on that first half. You must be delighted.
Yeah, very happy with that. Good result. I think we could chase down Seaford's points now, but have to keep going though. I'm sure Seaford having a good game. Who are they against?
Well, they're up against the team that you played first.
That's Bishop's Wordsworth.
Bishop Wordsworth. And it looks like that's a tight affair as well. So
That's
this group
5-0, I think.
very much still to be decided, but Felsted have put themselves in the best position possible to try and achieve that half-time score here on pitch 2. Yeah. Dulwich College 0, Felsted School 19.
Yeah. It's worth getting it right.
Dulwich look to kick things back off, hopefully with a slightly brighter second half than they had first. We've had a switch in the comms booth. Dennis King's with me now. Dennis, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, enjoying the games. Bit cold though.
It is a bit chilly. It really is. How come? I mean, I can see, but the viewers at home may not be able to. How come you're not playing with us today?
I've got a fractured foot.
There we go. Yeah, you see, all booted up.
Bit of a shame that I can't play, but come to support the boys.
Exactly. Well, that's the spirit, isn't it? Making your way down from Essex and joining us here in Seaford. And as what you mentioned, a very cold day. I think the valley is sweeping this wind in straight onto us, and this breeze has got a real bite to it. But
yeah, ball is clear.
Felstead certainly feeling warm at the moment. 19 points to the good, and with as things stand on pitch 1 as well, certainly in the driving seat to take this game on. It's a superb bit of cover defence to deny Dulwich, but Tom Speed, their captain, has set up this for Kuma. There's Ben Birch as well.
Let it go, Raid. Hands on the ground.
Given, hands on the floor from Felstead.
Leave him!
Leave no time. It's Corkham.
And away, no hands. No hands.
Here they go. Birch, it's another penalty. And
2 offences, 1 there,
yellow
1
card
there.
given.
Year 11.
Name?
Maxime Guarino.
There you go. Brother of Pierre.
Yep.
And Dulwich are going to canter in here. I mean, Dennis, it's quite painful in a 15-a-side game when you go down to 14, but in a 10-a-side game when you go down to 9, it seems that proves even more difficult.
Don't have those cover tackles, you have to overlap more, work hard. You know, it's hard for our boys because it's cold, you know, they're getting cold, we're getting more people on and they're just not able to work as well together with only 9 people.
Newland's back with us. It's Joshua Bryan who's come off.
Newland is actually playing with a broken knuckle.
Is he?
Yes.
That is commitment.
3 minutes.
That is commitment. He's hasn't shown it. He's had a quite impressive performance in that first half. A few mini breaks here and there. That kick from Dulwich not working out.
Free kick, not 10.
He's going to go back for the free kick, not 10. Yeah. Newland wasting no time, and he gets it underway. And strong tackle. Newland once again playing conduit, this time taking it up himself. Bravery from the fly half. Taylor Anton stands in at half back and he drives forward. It's little that can stop John Taylor Anton from that sort of range, and Smith is having to try and collect the ball.
John normally plays as a 12 and he's
hanging on.
Playing as a
You've got a hand on it.
Is he?
Played it away on the ground.
He's got that strength in those scrums. Pushing that power through and their forwards back.
He's a strong old boy and he showed that there, but now it's through. Max Constantino running up. Newland trying to bite and create some space, but instead it's made it for Pinkney potentially. Tom Spees collecting the ball. No, that's Freddie Cartwright. Down through the middle, Dulwich go. 14 points the difference now.
Advantage is over for the penalty. Nice tackle from Jones.
Collected by Ben Birch to keep the ball in play for Dulwich. Birch again from the base. Fumble from Cartwright.
Let him have it.
We've seen that. It's a penalty as well for not releasing. That's good work on the floor.
Our lower sixth Finn Homer who won that penalty.
Scored in the first game as well. He's seemed to have quite a lot of youth in this team.
Yeah, we do. We've,
promising for the future.
Yeah, hopefully. We've got a good team next year. Got all the lower sixth come up. And we've got some year 11s
No,
as
you
well.
knock guys are knocked on, and then you.
Maxime, obviously, who's coming up. We've got a couple other year 11s who were supposed to come, but unfortunately couldn't. Having their first team games today.
It's good experience in this sort of format where you can have a lot of rugby in a short amount of time, variable opposition,
Let's go, boys. Come on, let's
loose
go.
structure. I mean, it
What are you
is
doing?
quite a nice place to sort of blood in some younger players.
And it's always great when it's streamed as well.
There you go. We do our bit.
Yeah.
Let it come, Red. Stay on 25.
Dulwich are going to have to try and play out of their own 22.
Advantage is over for the knock-on.
Can they do here? They've created some space and Newland couldn't get a hand to it, and away goes Constantinu. He tries to chip over the top that worked so well for Felsted in the first half. Doesn't work so well for the London side. They're wrapped up. Smith, Newland.
Stop in front.
Tries to go for the spiral, and it's
50,
bobbling
22.
out towards touch, and they're going to win, take that one. Away it goes, closer 50-22, but not in the 22, so halfway there.
Channel.
But good bit of game management there, I think, from Newland,
Let's go,
just
boys,
to
come on.
keep Dulwich at bay.
Four.
Would you say, Dennis, this was a competition that Felsted were going into sort of expecting or hoping to go far, hoping to win, or is this more about, is this a stepping stone for you guys, a bit of a learning curve? I mean, with, as you've mentioned, sort of Sedbergh and Rosslyn Park coming up, I mean, is this sort of a transition point, or is this something that you can really think you could come away with silverware in?
Well, hopefully, we are looking to come away with silverware here. We've got not an easy pool, but we seem to be doing quite well in it so far. Won the first, drew the second, hopefully win this as well. But yeah, hopefully some silverware. But yeah, it's just a good transition for the boys, because we came from the 15s and now we're like going into the 7s, and I think the 10s is just a great way for the boys to like get that loose structure, learn how to play with a smaller team. And I think, yeah, then we should build on the future tournaments as well with Sedbergh and Rosslyn Park, which should be great as well.
It's a lot of exciting rugby that is going to be available to you to watch on Next Gen 15 over the next few months or so. If you thought the 15 season meant that live streams were done and dusted, well, you're wrong. There's so much rugby to be consumed at the moment, and this is the place to do it. So make sure you do tune in when we can. Felsted with an attacking line out, the platform being set up well here.
Head boy taking it in.
Through they go, Will Baxter leading from the front. Hands out wide here, and Windsor back in field, and Garino, who's returned from his yellow card, looks to make amends. Is Smith over there? He's definitely foraging for the ball. There's some width out there if they can use it. The crossfield kick comes in, and oh, straight through the bread basket.
That's time, boys.
Ike Rothsorn couldn't collect it.
Unlucky, we could have got another there.
But doesn't matter in the end. Felsted School still come away with a 14-point deficit. We're not sure on the scoreline in the game over there, which could decide Felsted's fate, but at the moment they put themselves in the best position possible to progress. Final score here on pitch 2, Dulwich College 5, Felsted School 19.
Cheers, chaps.
So, final game of the morning session here on pitch Oval 2. Christ College Brecon against RGS High Wycombe. And I am joined by Andy Marshall from Return to Play. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, should be a good one. I've seen Christ play against Ipswich earlier, which is a good game. They went down second half, but they're a good bunch. I haven't seen RGS yet. Have you seen much of them?
Haven't seen a lot of RGS High Wycombe, but I can tell you one thing about RGS High Wycombe, which is that in tournament play, they are one of the hardest teams to come up against. They do not know the meaning of the words give up. So they're going to be a tough test at Christ College. Christ College got to the final last year, though, and were absolutely brilliant along the way. Real rising stars in the Welsh school scene.
Yeah, from their game earlier today, they definitely had a few ball skills and were good at the contact. I think Ipswich beat them in the second half, but yeah, they're a good side.
I get the impression they're quite keen on the kicking game as well, because they are absolutely itching for a touch judge. Just seen them yelling out for people to run touch, so they obviously expecting those touch lines to come into play over the course of the next 18 minutes or so.
Black captain, you ready?
RGS getting set to kick off.
Stay on side.
That's a nice kick off as well, into space.
Advantage
Ball
knock on,
spilled,
advantage
it's a fast
over.
start from RGS. Surely there was a knock on there, perhaps not though.
Release, no hands.
Christ College on the attack. Big looping pass. That's the left-hand side, making ground across the halfway line. Through the hands, oh, dummied and through. Bit of space here. Drifting towards touch, but staying in field just about. Ball chucked back inside. Keeping the ball alive really nicely. Another big leaping pass in the second row. Now, I've got a team sheet here for Christ College, but I'm not entirely sure that the numbers tally with the names. So if I get them wrong, do excuse me. Down they go, though, on the right-hand side. It's in the hands of the big number 4, who could be Harry Holden. He could be someone else. Either way, he's scoring a try.
Good pace from the big second row there. Go on, Harry.
Good play from Christ College as well. They're really looking to spread it both ways, aren't they?
Yeah, they've got a bit of pace out wide. Their issue in the earlier game was missed tackles, but they haven't had any problems with that so far in the first over. At the far end, where we don't see many tries with this wind.
We certainly don't. And what we have seen through the day is that if you can get on the score sheet early, particularly into the wind, it is so difficult to come back from. See the replay here. Picked up off his toes. It's a long way down from his height, but
Yeah, when you're ready.
plenty of pace to get away as well.
Hell of a pick up that. Harry Holden, if you are a second row, some hands on you.
Tackler release, no hands.
Part of the Cardiff rugby setup. RGS thump it long, and it's a good option as well. There's absolutely no one home, and they're winning the foot race. Another little stab through. Oh, he's no Messi though. But it's a great little pop-up off the floor. And that's what it's all about in this sort of format. It's just keep your head up and look for the space, and they've seen it there. Pop the ball through and get chasing.
Few football skills there. You'd love to see it from the RGS High Wycombe boys.
Former school of Matt Dawson, Christian Wade, Nick Heath, sometime NextGenXV commentator.
Nick Beale, RGS High Wycombe.
Yes.
I think.
Beale and Dawson, same team.
Jack Wallace, who played for Wasps for a little while and then Bristol.
The late Nick Duncombe.
Actually played against him once, and my God, he was talented. Scored a hat-trick against us. They beat us 27-15. Daily Mail Schools final, 2002, maybe?
I was going to say,
98.
It's about to be a dead giveaway at some point.
98 it was.
Not that the scoreline's stuck in the memory.
We were beaten by Nick Duncombe and Nick Duncombe alone.
Inside.
Sorry, RGS.
No hands. Yeah, the ball.
One of the game's great talents. Really sharp work at the breakdown from Christ College Brecon, and the try scorer's away again. We already know he's got pace, and we're seeing it again here. Defenders trailing in his wake. And Harry Holden is having some kind of a game here.
In the under-18s age grade set up at Cardiff, we're here. And I think he's a young lad as well. I think he's only 16, 17. Second row going places.
The game's changed. Since when did second rows have that sort of gas? Unbelievable. Look at this. Just bursts through the first tackle, stamps on the accelerator, and it is just a trail of diving defenders at his feet. He has come immediately off, though, after that, so there is a little bit of the old school second row still in there.
Like that, like that.
One of my favourite moves in sevens, that. Score the try and then quickly get me off. Sadly, doesn't happen as often as I'd like it to, though. I'm not often on the end of the scores.
No hands, no hands.
I don't believe that, Mr. Savage. I heard you're a very good rugby player, and especially at sevens. I also heard you're a wing forward stroke winger.
Cover whatever needs to be covered.
Make big hits wherever you go.
Over the course of my time, I think I've lined up in every position bar prop and second row. Some with more success than others.
Cannot think why they've never put you in the second row, I guess.
Ball's out, that's legal.
Time
Tackle!
fly half was a bit interesting, as we said.
Hey, move!
Harry Holden over for a chat. Tell us how to play second row.
Advantage offside.
You'd probably play 10 as well.
Certainly seems to have the skill set. RGS building a little bit of momentum here, though. Really scrapping through contact, almost up to the halfway line.
No advantage. No advantage. Here, 13
penalty.
offside. No, missed the mark. Missed the mark. Leave it.
I think there's a bit of confusion about whether that penalty had been taken from the tap or not.
Offside.
Referee was saying you've
offside.
taken it. The scrum half's going, I don't think I have taken it. The referee's gone, well, I think I've left you as a sitting duck now, so we will start again.
Christ College have brought on their number 12. You know, against Ipswich. Big Bosch centre with classy hands.
Gethin O'Callaghan, that's a clash of
mark,
cultures right there.
Green, that's your mark. That.
Much bang on the 22. 12-5 down at the moment. A couple of minutes left in the second half, but it's overthrown, and Christ College are surging forward, and it could be another long-range effort here. It's good covering work from RGS. Some real athletes in this Christ College side.
It's a mark on the 5. Hold your weight.
RGS against him with a knock-on. Touchline, not happy with it.
So no push off the mark, you need to hold your weight. Locks, make sure you stay bound until the ball is gone.
It's one of those weird ones for a referee, wasn't it? Where it looks like something's
Crouch!
happened. It's quite hard to work out exactly what it is.
Bind! Set!
Yeah, I've got to blame my wrestler. Something's happened.
Yeah, something's definitely gone wrong. I just don't know what. RGS now breaking through the middle of the space on the right-hand side. The ball goes to hand, and it does. Oh, just as I say it. Spilled forward. And Christ College with a chance to counter. Big pass out to this right-hand side. Big shot coming in from RGS.
Yeah, number 19, he needed to get that away earlier. He had a chance to pop and he missed it. Go on, Gav.
Keeping the ball alive. There's a little bit of space here down the right-hand side. Offload doesn't quite get a hand. Referee says it's not knocked on, but it is a penalty.
You're off the feet.
Looks harsh, that. Very harsh on Christ.
game has really opened up here. There's a little bit of space, stab forward by RGS, drifts into touch.
Learned from their mistakes, though, haven't they, Christ College Brecon? They've got a sweeper now, which they didn't have when they conceded that try.
Well, it's a tricky one defensively in 10s about what to do with the backfield, because ideally you probably actually want 2 people back there, given the amount of space, but you don't really want to sacrifice those numbers in the front field.
Yeah, definitely a tough one. Ideally 2 people back there, or 1 very, very quick man back there.
You'd have been all right there in the backfield, no?
Not straight.
I think you'd do a better job than me, mate.
Scrum. Not straight. They've picked the scrum option.
I was always very good at looking like I was doing the right thing.
Not straight.
Gets very tiring back there, sweeping, I can tell you that. You do not stop running.
Especially when you're running away from contact all the time. There's a lot of energy put into that.
That's how I was taught to play rugby back in my day. Run away from contact, run at branches.
Not when you're the tackler, though.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
No hands?
RGS, can they get on the score sheet again before half-time? This is probably the final play of the half. Christ College are absolutely flying through the breakdown, though, but
you play the 10 off the ball.
penalty, says the referee.
They're playing advantage.
RGS, keep moving forward.
We're still playing penalty advantage for you.
Clock deep in the red in this first half now. Inches short for RGS, held up.
Time off. 19.
We come back for another penalty, and it looks like it's going to be a yellow card this time.
19, come with me. Do not shout fucking hell at me. He shouted fucking hell at me. No.
Bit of Welsh consternation at what the call yellow was, but I think it's just repeated penalties.
I think that was near 19. Moved over from Dubai earlier this year to join Christ College.
You don't get many moving from Dubai to Wales, the other way around. But it's him.
Just lost forward as you try to figure out that.
Spilled forward, and it's surely going to be half-time, and it is. Half-time, Christ College, GS High Wycombe, 12 points to 5. Christ College with that 7-point lead, playing into the wind. They'll have the wind out their tails in the second half, and we know what a danger that's been throughout the course of this day so far. 12-5 at half-time. So you join us again here on Pitch Oval 2, full game of this morning session. Before we head into the lunch green on the right-hand side of your screens, RGS the
Captain, you ready?
what do we call it? Blue,
Green
maroon,
captain, you ready?
and green hoops.
Inside.
Kick off and kick deep into RGS territory, and RGS running this back with a bit of running it back with real venom. In fact, up to the 10-metre line. High Wycombe, one of the most storied sides really in English schools rugby. Reached plenty of Schools Cup finals. The man alongside me, Andrew Marshall.
Can we stop talking about them, please?
Advantage knock on.
I do feel I did RGS a disservice earlier, saying they were a one-man team. They had Matt Honeyben and the Gilbert brothers back in that team.
Rocket form, no hands!
Yeah, that's actually team.
Yeah,
advantage over from the knock on.
That's probably why they just...
College working up this left-hand side. And you rather feel if they get themselves another score in the early part of this second half, that might be just about enough.
Yes, no it is.
Tough breakdown. RGS competing hard. College having to commit quite a lot of numbers to the breakdown, but they've got a bit of space on the right-hand side. Miss pass uses a bit of it up, but they still right-hand side, but spilled forward. We'll have a scrum.
Your line up.
Play against RGS Wycombe in your day?
This way a bit.
Certainly did. Played and lost.
Oh, just for late.
As many.
I had the same story there then.
The list of teams I lost against is certainly longer than the list of teams I've.
Second.
This memorable defeat, I think, against Alex Good's Oakham side. A couple of the players after that one drove their cars over to our school pitch and skid mark pitch with the
Step.
I think they were quite pleased with themselves.
Public
side.
There's not a lot to do around there, to be fair.
Did they have any other talent as well as Goody? And it was Goody, I assume.
10. Good was
No
7.
no
hardest
Crofty.
of my life. I was early on in the game told easy England under 18s fly half. Put pressure on him. Put pressure on him. Step round. We went pretty much the length of the field. Next time, right? Stand off him. Stand off him. Just keep the integrity of the line. Okay, fair enough. We'll do that. So you just waited and waited. Took the ball all the way. Missed 3. Player through the hole. Try the other way. By that point, we'd worked out.
You need a second row on.
Give a really classy player time. Let him run past you.
Yeah, you've got the yellow back on.
But there were no Tom Crofts or Stuart Broads in that.
Crofts was is above him.
Yeah. I'm just actually waiting for
to be honest, I'm even more glad I didn't come up against Croft. I imagine Croft was an absolute nightmare as a schoolboy. Big and quick.
And intense. Incredibly intense.
Come on.
Didn't have a huge amount to say for himself, but
bye! Set!
No need, I suppose.
Yeah, you've got the ball play on.
Stabbed over by Christ College. Well tidied up by the sweeping RGS player. Number 19 for RGS High Wycombe has made a bit of an impact in this second. That's his third surge forward with the ball in the 3 minutes we've had. Big tackle coming in from Christ College. But RGS are keeping the intensity, and they're only 7 points behind. Stab the ball through. There's a bit of space there. How's the bounce? just about gathered, but it was carried back from 5. RGS High Wycombe ball, and they've come back into the game quite a lot.
Yeah, they're good. As you said, that number 19's made a big difference with a few surging breaks. The standing out, big lad, he's making yards. And they're just keeping the ball a bit better now, aren't they?
Well, that seems to be the theme, really, doesn't it? If you keep the ball for a few phases, the start to open up, and it just creates a bit of a sense of momentum that's hard for the opposition to counter.
Who's coming back
against the wind? This wind and this slope has proved quite got to keep the ball in hand now, and therefore they're having more of.
Crowd!
Cool.
You've got to say
those top pitches.
Hold.
Unbelievable setting though at Seaford College as RGS try and go route 1. Big number 6 takes it into contact. 3 men to get him down. Must be space somewhere. Is that not forward or kick? It was almost incredibly
signal the knock on, yeah. Tough one because he sort of tapped and kicked it, didn't he?
I was about to be unbelievably impressed by the ingenuity there.
On their ball. Last time it was okay because they won the ball anyway. Your scrum. This was knocked on by RGS.
Marcus Smith, he'd have got away with that. The referee would have gone, yeah, I believe you were trying to kick.
Yeah.
Crouch! Bind! Yeah.
Christ College breaking left. Through the right. Big man in the centres. Christ College takes it into contact. Now they thump it long, and there's no one home for RGS High Wycombe, so it's a foot race to chase after this. Touchline may get there first, and touchline does get there first. Christ College calling for a 50-22, but it will actually 22 for that to apply.
No.
That's right, Angus.
Useful thing about knowing where this 22 is there's a big old flag that gives you a real indication of where the ball might be. Ball to the tail of the line out. GS. All they need is a try. Only a bit down the right hand side. This number 19 made a real difference since coming on. But there's a bit of crossing there. And it's going to be a penalty.
2.5. Crossing, impacting the tackler.
Pete Hutchinson on this near side.
Huge bend.
At least squad of 23 we've got listed here.
A bus driver, a physio, 3 coaches.
So it's all about the team behind the team these days.
Talking of team behind the team, didn't Team Savage add one to the team on Friday night?
Offside, 13.
The team is growing.
Tackle was complete. We're coming back for the advantage.
Well, congratulations.
13.
To all watchers, podcast fans.
Black.
Congratulations to Angus Savage, the brains and brawn of Next Gen. He's not given enough credit for what he's done to for school rugby. I hope it's appreciated amongst you all.
You're very kind. As the crucial try, 17 points to 5, they go up. And with time almost up in the game, almost certainly secure a victory on the Welsh side. Last year's final. And they're on again here at SEAFORD 10s. Conversion to come, and then that will be that. pushes it to the left-hand side, but surely it's a matter of time now before the referee blows his whistle. No, he's going to have a wander back to the half line.
With drop kicks from the left-hand side, you're a right-footed kicker, right? I don't understand that. He was always going to slice that to the left.
Yeah, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, let's go.
What you really need is a Johnny Wilkinson type who can use either foot. Not many of those about.
There's a few. There's one at Ability School who uses both feet quite a lot, doesn't he? Young Josh Bellamy.
Josh Bellamy, an absolute star of the piece. And College finishing in style. 2 tries in less than 2. 2 points to 5, they are up. I think this one might be heading over the posts. It is indeed. And that is that. Christ College Brecon get the win in the final of this morning session. 24 points to 5 against RGS High Wycombe. We see the replay of that final try here. Just torn away through the tackle. And across the line to finish things up. And that is that for the morning here at the SEAFORD 10s. Christ College Brecon finished up with a 24 points to 5 victory over RGS. Bit of a break for lunch now. We'll be back on air in about an hour's time for the Cup semi-finals. We will see you very, very soon indeed.
Turn to Play is the UK's leading provider for schools and clubs. We ensure sport is safer than ever by making it easy for you to provide standard medical care to your players. Our head injury and concussion care service provides your players with 7-day-a-week access to some of the UK's most experienced concussion doctors who make correct diagnosis is made and manage each player's recovery until to return to sport. We also provide you with the education, policy, and administrative support you need to confidently manage injuries, giving you and your parents peace of mind. Using our innovative RUGBY injury management system, injuries can be quickly recorded, parents and staff automatically notified, doctor appointments booked, players' recovery tracked, and injury analysis downloaded. Our system even integrates with other school systems, saving you admin time. Our full sports medicine service is tailored to patient-specific needs, designed to best support the sports programme and medical sector. It includes our head injury and concussion care service, plus weekly doctor clinics, access to physiotherapists, matchday medical support, and more. Return to Play are partnered with over 30 of the UK's leading schools and clubs. Get in touch to find out more.
Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
One, two, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the globe.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that?
Your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15.
Play is the UK's leading sports medicine provider for schools and clubs. We ensure sport is making it easy for you to provide gold standard to your players. Our head injury and concussion care service provides your players with 7-day-a-week access to some of the UK's most experienced doctors who diagnosis is made. Each player's recovery until they are fit to return to sport. We also provide you with the education, policy, and administrative to manage injury, giving you and your players' parents peace of mind. Our innovative R2 injury management system be quickly recorded, staff automatically, doctor appointments booked, players recovery tracked, and injury analysis downloaded. Our system even integrates with other school systems, saving you admin time. Our full sports medicine service is organised, designed to program and medical setup. It includes our head injury and concussion care service, plus weekly sports doctor clinics, access to physiotherapists, matchday medical support, and more. Return Play are partnered with over 60 of the UK's leading schools and clubs. Get in touch to find out more.
Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby. Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres. Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the globe.
What's a kick? Where did he come from?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15.
Return to Play is the UK's leading sports medicine provider for schools and clubs. We ensure sport is safer than ever by making it easy for you to provide gold standard medical care to your players. Our head injury and concussion care service provides your players 7-day-a-week access to the UK's most experienced concussion doctors who make sure the case is made and manage each player's recovery until they are fit to return to sport. We also provide you with the education, policy, and administrative support you need to confidently manage injuries, giving you and your players' peace of mind. Using our innovative R2 management system, injuries can be quickly recorded, parents and staff automatically notified, doctor appointments booked, players' recovery tracked, and injury analysis downloaded. Our system even integrates with other school systems, saving you admin time. Medicine service is tailored to your organisation's specific needs, designed to best support your program and setup. It includes our head injury and concussion care service, plus weekly sports doctor clinics, access to physio, matchday medical support, and more. Return to Play are partnered with over 60 of the UK's leading schools and clubs. Get in touch to find out more.
So you join me hopping across from Oval 1 to Oval 2 for the Cup semi-final here at the SEAFORD 10s. Epsom College against Trinity, the reigning champions. Trinity will be on the right-hand side of your screens in the blue and white hoops, and on the left-hand side of your screens will be Epsom College in the thinner blue and white hoops. And so we kick off. Epsom College on the attack. On the left-hand side.
Boxer.
Epsom College.
In we come, Trinity, let's go.
Champion. Trinity, who are without a number of their stars today.
In we come, in we come.
It's still playing some absolutely wonderful rugby. Trinity claim the line, set up a maul. We've not seen a lot of that today, but we see one here.
Sideways once, Trinity.
And Trinity breaking down the left-hand side, and they're going to be away down this left-hand side, are they? Yes. Bundled into touch. The touch judge flag goes up.
Touch in goal, 22.
22, no try, no try.
Touch in goal, 22. Getting behind you. Backwards, play up.
College restart. Goes long.
Hang on.
Trinity competing hard.
Hands off!
But being made to work ever so hard by Epsom. Down the left-hand side they go, kept in well. Epsom College have it though, breaking down the left-hand side.
Play on, committed.
Penalty
Hold it on, number 6.
to Epsom. Trinity holding on the floor. And Epsom with a first real chance in the game to get some dominant territory and a try-scoring opportunity.
Trinity, thank you. Boys, no further.
Epsom go into the corner.
Time on. Hold Trinity.
Claim the ball. And around the front they go. Trying to get some width on it, or Epsom. And they get it out to this far touchline. It's a foot race towards the corner. He's doing really well to stay in field. Oh, that's fantastic play as he got the ball down. Held up, is it? Referee and the touch judge are going to have a bit of a chat.
Touch. Trinity
And
ball.
it is indeed held up, but that was absolutely outstanding play
Touch.
from the Epsom College
Line out.
right winger, just to be able to stay in field and stay in the contact and stay fighting to get across the try line. Defence did really well in the end to hold him up, but what a fantastic effort it was just to be in that position.
10 metres, Epsom.
Over on the other pitch, by the way, it looks as
10
though
metres. Keep going.
Ipswich have taken the early lead.
Yep.
Ball knocked on over the try line.
Carried over, scrum. Epsom.
Scrum down, Epsom College ball. A real hot period of possession this for Epsom College. The wind, by the way, has died down an awful lot. It was a real dominant factor in the morning session, but it's died down over the course of the lunch break.
Bind! Set!
And with that, it's
Stay behind the ball, behind the ball.
just evened up the contest.
It's gone down far side.
Epsom College playing into that slightly less stiff breeze now there.
Right, guys, let's work on space, yeah? Space on bind.
In a real golden period at the moment. Can they get some points for their efforts?
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Oh, it's really good work from Trinity around the fringes of that scrum. Tidied up by Epsom. They send the ball high and hanging. Winger was offside though, so the referee calls them back for the penalty. Otherwise, that cross kick was going to be a genius play.
Tackle one, roll!
Epsom going the direct route at the moment, but it's a penalty, Trinity. And a bit of back chat from Epsom means that march backwards rather, 10 metres. And Trinity have a chance to get on the counter-attack here, breaking out from the 22, up to the 10-metre line now, almost to halfway. Big clear out at the ruck. Roma Matabalavu, I think that was.
Tackle!
The winger turned number 8. Half Fijian, half Irish. But that one just spilled through contact. And it's going to be a scrum down. Epsom ball.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Epsom working through, nudging that one forward.
No, he's dipping.
Trinity back on their own try line again, having to work so hard to get through it, but that one's just spilled through contact by Bampoe, so Epsom have another chance to charge forward, but now they've knocked it on. So we'll come back for that original one.
No advantage. Guys, whoever pulled the guy over there and then peeled for him pulling off his feet, really not good form, yeah? Nice, that's no advantage. They then knocked it on over there. Crouch! No! Bind! Set!
Big scrum from Trinity, but Epsom keep a hold of it, but that one's spilled, and then spilled again by Trinity, so we're going to have another scrum, but it's going to be Trinity ball.
Lost forward at the base.
And with every second that ticks by, you can just feel the tension ramp up and up.
Cheers, fella, thank you. Crouch! Bind! Stand up. Guys, space, yeah? Crouch!
Trinity scrum.
Bind! Set!
backed on again. This scrum is proving a real handful for both sides. Scrappy, scrappy ball. And that is one of the trickier sides of tennis-side rugby that's not often spoken about. The lack of a number 8 at the base of the scrum makes it very difficult for the scrum half to get the ball out of it. But all a moot point now because it's half-time, 0-0 in this cup semi-final.
Ready, Trinity? Wait for the whistle.
You join us for start the second half. 0-0 here in this cup semi-final at the SEAFORD 10s. Trinity against Epsom College. Trinity on the left-hand side in the sky blue hoops. Epsom College on the right-hand side in the navy blue hoops. Have it in the hands of Sam Moore, number 15, co-captain, Surrey under-18 player.
Tackle!
Epsom under real pressure from the Trinity defence. Roma Matabalavu, that was, making the tackle, stabbed through by George Holmes. There's a bit of space there, but it's a bit too much on the kick. It's going to run dead.
22 scrub.
And I'm sure that Trinity will come back for the scrum, almost up on the 10-metre line. Tension ramping up. Over on the other field, Seaford against Ipswich in the other cup semi-final. Seaford 7 points to 5 down.
That's the mark, yep, that's it.
0-0 here.
Let's keep working on the space on bind, guys.
Between the reigning champions and Epsom College.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Another big scrum. It's been a real area of contest in this game, the scrum. Trinity have found some space down the left-hand side. Just scragged. And it was Sam Moore, I think, that just got that tackle in. Absolute giant of a man wearing 15.
Trinity, whoa. That's defensive mark. So you open up. Trinity. Yeah, will you stand on my mark? 10 metres, Trinity, thank you. In we come. Let's go.
Epsom go to the tail of the line out. It's not straight though.
Trinity.
Trinity playing with advantage and finding a bit of space here on the right-hand side. Ball doesn't quite get a hand, but oh, it's a lovely pick up from the fullback. Glorious handling from Trinity.
Good, ball was lifted.
Epsom College defence putting the pressure on, but Matabalavu is taking the pressure right back to them and stepping back inside. And Roma Matabalavu is going to open the scoring for Trinity. The Harlequins under 18 is the difference maker in this cup semi-final. 6 minutes left to go. And Trinity have the opening score. Conversion knocked over.
Okay, thank you. 12 yet.
7 points to 0, the reigning champions lead.
Guys, your kick, yeah?
What can Epsom College do in response? First job is claim the kickoff. They do that and do it well.
Tackle!
Co-captain War
Back foot, just put a step for me.
taking control. Stepping through the middle they go and making good ground.
Penalty advantage.
Referee thought about playing a penalty advantage. There is playing a penalty advantage, in fact. Trinity
13.
couldn't roll away from that tackle fast enough, so Epsom with a chance to get a bit of territory and field position here.
13 roll.
You've got to think they'll probably go to the corner. Ward chucks a bit of grass up, assesses his options, and sends down an absolute monster of a kick. The bouncer of a rugby ball, though, how unlucky is that? We're going to come all the way back because it's rolled dead.
Scrum back.
That is luck of the hardest variety. He could not have asked for a better strike.
Scrum down, Trinity.
Trinity scrum. What can they do with it?
Crouch!
Another score now, and you'd
Oi!
think that might just be that.
Early front row.
Christ College Brecon alongside me warming up
Then run,
for their
thank you.
plate semi-final. Epsom College get the penalty at the scrum and go quickly.
Come in, come in. Mark, Mark, left.
No, too long.
Ball moves from right to left. Big pass out to this left wing. Into the hands.
Tackle.
Seamus McLeod.
Don't go in, don't go in. No.
Now Epsom surging into the 22. Still going. Keeping the ball alive through contact as well. Now they go to deck. Kit Temperley stabs a kick through. There's a bit of space, is there? But knocked on beforehand. Trinity have a scrum. But Epsom have the field position.
Time off. Time's off. Time's off. Relax. Relax. Sorry. Guys, just hold your weight. That last one, all three of you went straight through the mark.
This
yeah?
one taking a little while to form up.
Time on. Crouch.
Epsom, unsurprisingly,
Boys.
taking their time.
Set. Play on.
Trinity break out though.
Hold it. No hands, we're up!
Epsom in possession. What can they do with it? It's a real scrap at the breakdown. Tom Austin moves it wide. Now they stab it through. Tidied up by Trinity, but was it lost forward? Offside it was, in fact. Penalty Epsom.
16.
Only about a minute left to play. What can they do? War, the co-captain, finds a bit of space to Kit Temperley. The other co-captain, he's almost up to the try line. Is this Epsom's moment? Trinity working so hard at the breakdown. Inches from the try line are Epsom. It needs to be converted though. They need to get closer to the post. Infield they go, they're still just short. Close again they go. Now they move it a little wider. Austin goes to the boot. How's the bounce? Sits up perfectly. Try to Epsom. George Holmes on the right wing. And it looks as though it's going to be Kit Temperley who's in charge of this conversion. And it's all over on the other pitch. And it looks as though the hosts are out. Temperley's conversion on this pitch doesn't quite make it. And so the final of the 2023 SEAFORD 10s is going to be Trinity against Ipswich. Trinity beating Epsom 7 points to 5. That converted Roma Matabalavu try the difference. Epsom scoring at the death through George Holmes, but the angle just too tough on the drop kick conversion. And it's Trinity that'll have a chance to defend their title. They go into the final again, back-to-back finals for Trinity.
Well done, guys. Been great all day. Well done. Well done. Well done.
Up next here on Oval 2, we will have the plate semi-finals. And it is going to be Ipswich against Trinity in the final. What a game that promises to be.
Gordon's versus Marlborough College. Marlborough College in the hoop shirts. Gordon's in the green. Angus is alongside me. Well, plate semi-finals, to be fair, with this sort of competition, worthy of a cup semi-final. So little between these two teams. Really good quality of rugby all throughout the game, all throughout the day, Angus.
Yeah, absolutely, Sam. I'm really looking forward to this one, actually, but two quite contrasting sides. I've seen both sides in recent weeks, and Marlborough College would really like to move the ball around. Gordon's very physical and direct through the middle.
Yeah, I was going to say, I watched Gordon's a little bit earlier, and they do like a bit of physicality. And I don't think it will be any different against Marlborough.
First offence went forward, no advantage, scrum. Defence.
Marlborough with a few Bath Academy links.
They certainly do, and I'll tell you what, we were down at their game in the Schools Cup the other week. They sadly, from their point of view, lost out to Blundell's, but their two props were utterly outstanding.
Crouch.
Shaped like props, moved like wingers.
Bind.
Yeah,
absolutely brilliant.
Set.
I'm just looking at your notes from Marlborough College. I just want to share these with some people.
Straight out tunnel, reset.
Ed Wrench,
Reset,
for instance,
boys.
biggest scranner. I mean, how are we supposed to get notes like that into our commentary? Well, I know I just have. Likes his food, does Mr. Wrench. I just wanted to mention that. There's loads on there we can get into. Oh, never mind.
Some of the nicknames aren't the most imaginative. Max Robinson, Robbo.
Let him have it, let him have it, let him have it. Play,
Good
play.
on, Robbo.
We play.
Marlborough deep in their own 22. Going to look like an angry Swan Vesta.
No hands now.
Making his way out of his own 22. That red scrum cap working hard.
Charlie Brooke wearing 12. He's been playing fullback for the Bath Academy. He's going to be absolutely vital to the way they go.
I was just about to sing their praises, and Gordons have robbed them of the ball. They come forward, hot stepping as they go. There's a little bit of space out here, but another big tackle. Feature of the day. If you think schoolboy rugby is in any shape or form lightweight, you need to see some of the hits that are going in today. Good imprint made. Gordon still going towards that line. He is working ever so hard. The ball is down on the floor now. Marlborough, quickest to it. Marlborough have got it back. There's a little bit of a mismatch here, and there's a bit of space. Here we go. Potentially the wrong man with the ball. He certainly doesn't have the pace. Now he gets the man on his inside, and they're going to go the length of the field. What about that from Marlborough? Humphrey Braxton found himself, the nickname of Humph, found himself on the wing with it all to do. And then Charlie Brooke, I think it was it?
I'm not sure who it was that finished off. I think our numbers are a bit mixed up, but it was outstanding work from the big man down the right-hand side. Well, I said that the Marlborough props look like props, move like wingers, and we saw a little bit of that there. That was absolutely outstanding stuff.
Well, presence of mind as well to know what he needed to do. He needed to get past the first man and then unleash the men on the inside, and he did just that.
And he's now done my favourite thing that props do when they make a big lung-bursting effort, and he's having a rest on the touchline now.
Well, that's it, isn't it? I mean, that is literally his day done. I mean, don't stop at the touchline. Off he goes into the bus. Go and sit in the bus.
I've done my bit, lads. Come on.
Backwards, backwards.
Gordons have got to respond. They were making good headway before being pickpocketed.
No, Hayes, no! Well done.
Go, Headers! Guys, walk around. Yes!
Play on. Let it go now, White.
Working hard on the floor to get that ball back.
Go, Greener, go, Greener!
And all of a sudden, they make their way through. Good handling, good awareness. I know he's called Max because his teammates just called him that as he walked through. And Gordons are in underneath the posts as well. Great response from them. They seem like the team at the moment who have the ascendancy, but they have to score the tries, and they're doing just that. Nice little interplay. Good physicality match with the deftness of touch.
Absolutely, and in both tries, what we've seen there is it's the big man, the big ball carrier, getting that physicality in and having that awareness. You know, look at this. He absolutely, well, first we get this little break, and then the big man just goes storming through the first tackle. But it's all about the awareness and the deftness for that pass. And the way he came onto that, almost intercepted it for his teammate, reminds me of a try 50 years ago.
I was just about to say that. We have been feasting on it. That Gareth Edwards score. The man there, Max, we'll call him. He almost came from that position. He wasn't really supposed to get it. It's mine. I'm underneath the posts.
Absolutely. Clearly, it's the killer line to run.
That fellow Max. There you go. Marlborough build down the left-hand side, off the right hand. Oh, a bit more space for them. Oh, the touch judge's flag is up on the far side. And I can tell the touch judge is being applauded by the Gordons boys.
Always useful to have a home touch judge on the far side.
Yes.
One of rugby's great quirks at schoolboy level, handing the flags to someone on the bench and saying, I trust you enough to get this right.
Gordon's reached for it. Marlborough come down with it. Through they tumble. Again, neat little offload out the back.
Good, Josh.
Good presentation. Terrible pass. The juxtaposition of schoolboy rugby there. The brilliant and the not so.
Stop doing that.
Gordons are doing a really good job of being quite patient about the way they defend. They're getting up, but they're not flying off the line. They're walking up. They're aware that it's a long day and a tiring day, and they want to keep the reserves going. But they're just creeping up and putting the pressure on, and it's hard to get through.
I was extolling the virtues of other teams doing just that. This game, to a certain extent, is a little bit of just holding your line and allowing the opposition to make the mistake. The better the structure you can keep, the more frustrating you become.
One stop! Out of the game, Thank you.
Oh, and all of a sudden, we might have a bit more of this as the afternoon wears on, a little bit more kicking. Oh, and again, all of a sudden, none in the game so far, and then 3. Oh, it's almost brilliant to pick that out.
Knock on.
Doesn't quite. Marlborough have got it back, and the offloads continue. Good clear out.
Advantage over.
Well, I'd say it would be a good tactic, as we see, for Marlborough to be kicking. There's no one in behind.
There isn't. Because of the number on the pitch. Oh, there's a hand on there, and I think the referee's going to get involved, and he's going to say penalty try, and I think there's going to be a card. That could be a crucial development in the semi-final. I think we might have another look at it. It's so difficult, isn't it? You're competing for the ball. Everything about you is saying stop him, but you can't do it illegally.
And it's so hard in the moment to be so cold in the head and realise actually it's better for him to score 5 because it's a drop kick conversion. He might miss that, and actually it's going to be a penalty try, automatic 7 points, and I'm going to get a yellow card. Actually, a try would have been better, but it's hard to think so clearly on the field.
It is. We're not going to quite get a replay on that, but it was, and it could be the difference. That 7 pointer, guaranteed 7 pointer for Marlborough, moves them well and truly clear. And Gordons are going to have it all to do in the second half.
They certainly are.
How does it look? That penalty try, was it all right? Oh, no.
It was an awesome half of rugby, that. previous game on here was intense and difficult to get through, but it was 0-0 at half-time. So three tries in the first half. I'm very happy with that. And forwards mixing it with the backs, I always like to see that. Always a bit of fun in games.
I think this game lends this amount of people on the pitch lends itself to it. You've got to, Will Roberts put it perfectly, that sort of hybrid play. You've got to be a sort of back row centre to play this game really well. You've got to be everything to all things to all men at a tennis-side game of rugby.
Yeah, well, I was watching the Felsted game earlier. They're up over on the other pitch at the moment, and they're playing their centre hooker today, which I think tells you a lot about that sort of hybrid play that's required. Shame Eddie Jones isn't here. He liked a hybrid player.
He did.
He didn't like schools rugby though, apparently.
No, he didn't. He's a bit busy being the Messiah over in Australia. They absolutely, have you noticed that? They absolutely love him over there now. I didn't like him before, now they do.
I thought he was a bit of a pariah over there, but he's arrived and he's the saviour.
He is. Right, Marlborough with the advantage after that penalty try and that yellow card. Gordon's with it all to do.
Stop in front,
and
stop,
they will
five,
kick downfield
five.
Into this breeze. It's going to be a difficult one to deal with.
Gordon's again have no one in the backfield.
And release.
If I'm Marlborough College, I'm just putting my boot on the ball every single time. There's no one back there.
Well, they're lining up, aren't they? There's no there's no sweeper. The 9 goes into the back line to try and do it. And as you say, there was acres of field to exploit. Handoff comes in. And Marlborough are going to score their 3rd try.
Try.
Big handoffs down this left-hand touch line. And Marlborough add to their tally.
And in a nutshell, that's why I talk and don't coach. Why kick it when you can play?
I didn't like to point it out, but no, I still think you've got a point. I still think, I mean, I cast my mind back to last year and dear old Josh Bellamy from Trinity, and he really did, use his boot really effectively. And as soon as you see it, I think you can. Yes, obviously Marlborough have made a hay down there, but a couple of handoffs, a couple of fens, potentially some missed tackles. But as you say, because of the way that the fences structure themselves, all of a sudden there's no one at the back.
Yeah, exactly, and it seems an odd thing to leave missing. Even in sevens, you would often
have a sweeper.
You've got an extra 3 players. You'd think you'd stick one in there.
Maybe, in a way, it's a bit of the boys transitioning their brains out of 15-a-side rugby, because they're still a little bit positional and a little bit, this is where I'm playing. Good initial hit. Gordons have to go again. Flat ball works well. Line bursts. All of a sudden, Gordons are in behind, and there's a bit of space out here. A bit of opportunity for the men in green. There is that little jab forward. He's got to make it his. And the turnover ball is good to play with.
Knock on, no advantage. Knock on.
Knock on, says the referee.
Well, it's a very, very well-timed tackle, because what game was it I was watching the other week? Harlequins against Racing 92, and almost every single one of those tackles was mistimed, which led to a deliberate knock-on, whereas he's got himself in at the perfect timing there.
Well, he had to, didn't he? Because otherwise they were in behind. So it was one of those gambles that did actually come off for the defender.
Crouch. Bind.
And Gordons have got the ball back, and I would suggest they've got to score quite quickly if they want any further part in this competition.
Marlborough, early shove.
Early strike, says the referee. Gordons do seem as though they find their way through. They're towards the
Get
line.
away, tackler.
Held up just. Marlborough doing well. Now they're over, and the referee obliges. And all of a sudden, we are back within striking distance for Gordons. Conversion to come as well could be crucial. I know there's time running out, but they need to make sure of this kick. Nothing silly. Yes, good drop kick through the posts. And it's a 5-point game.
That's a really good quality try as well. The initial line break, they get close, but they stay patient and work through to get themselves over. Oh, he really was.
Might have been tempting to reach there, mightn't it?
Very much so, but you look here, good patience, and then look at the reach there. Fantastic work, and the presence of mind just to get up and get on with things, knowing that time is of the essence here.
Restart. Marlborough underneath it. One way, then the other. Marlborough now have got to play the sensible game. Don't do anything daft. Play the ball in the right areas. Almost think of, there we go, that's it. The kick through, bounces up well. Man tackled almost in the air.
With the tackle. Play on.
They come left, there is numbers. Man continues to go on, more big tackles rain in on him. Missing their
no lift.
Natural number 9. Again. That is Wrench. No, that is Ed Wrench. We mentioned him a bit earlier.
There we go,
Biggest
Ed Wrench.
scranner, apparently. And is he made hay for Marlborough out
Short.
wide?
Yeah, first man.
No, they've robbed the
release on
ball.
The ground.
Gordons have got it.
Play.
On their own line. Here we go. Oh, kick. How's this going to bounce? Marlborough going to get it back. Tackles come in. All Marlborough need to do now is just keep them here.
Well, they're so comfortable with the ball in hand as well, I think. Just keep playing.
No
Stay up
hands,
here,
good.
keep playing through the phases. They're finding space when they get through a couple of phases.
That could work out. Has it been gathered? Has it been scored?
Try.
Brilliantly done. Again. A little kick behind. I think we might be onto this, you know. It's onto something. Little kick behind. Might work out, Angus. We could have a future here.
Might know a thing or two. It's about time.
I know absolutely nothing about this game. Every game of rugby tells me that. But a little nudge through does pay dividends for Marlborough. And I think, looking at the time on the clock, that might be the crucial score. Conversion is high, wide and handsome. But I think a plate final might be coming Wiltshire's way.
It's really good play, actually, from Brooke.
When you're ready.
Delicate little kick through, and the matchup on pace there was in the Wiltshire side's favour.
Line out.
Kick bounces into touch.
I'm a little bit disappointed that that one's gone into touch, but in the position they're in now, I think any time the ball is off the field,
perfect.
It's a good thing, yeah.
Meter, another meter. Coming closer to the line. That's it.
Line out is tapped back. A ball that bounces once, and a missed tackle means that Gordons are in behind. Gordons with one person to beat. Then the offload comes in, defend. Marlborough's desperate tackles do eventually emerge. And right, crossfield kick is going to hang up in the air. Is it going to work? Bounce is awkward. Curse of the bounce of the rugby ball from the Gordons player.
There's a nice idea, but that's just the bouncer of a rugby ball, isn't it? That was where the space was.
Yeah.
go, boys.
He needed almost to be really brave and
Hey,
stick it
no,
really
no,
high and
come on,
really,
got to play,
really
we've got to
fast.
play, got to play.
He knows, Seb, he knows.
Not too many games with 4 tries from one particular team.
Really nice rugby, actually. Moved the ball wide and found space in what is a pretty packed defence. Interestingly, Gordons have now dropped a sweeper in.
Good awareness again. Marlborough playing some lovely stuff. One person to beat. Then there's the offload.
Play on.
Swept up.
Let it go. No, Green. Hands on ground. Play on.
Again, the kick through. Cavalry will chase it. There is no one from Gordon's home. It's all about the pickup, which doesn't come. It doesn't matter, though. Marlborough have done enough to beat Gordon's in the plate semi-final. They will march 4th. Marlborough College doing a good job. Well played. 24-14 the final score. Gordon's, their day is done, and it sets up a good final, Angus.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to them being on the field again, actually. I really like the way they played there. That was good, entertaining stuff, and that's exactly what you want, particularly in the sort of plate, Vase Bowl competitions. Yeah, I just love to see sides going out and just having a go, and that's exactly what they did. So hopefully we'll see plenty more of that in the final.
Yeah, both finals on their way to you. We'll work out what's going on and come back.
It's all right. Got to go into another game on top now. Yeah, that's great. Let me see. 20.
Right, here we go then. The plate final, Marlborough College versus Christ College. Alongside me, Angus Savage from Next Gen. And this should be a good one.
Yeah, really looking forward to this. We saw the semi-final, 25 minutes ago between Marlborough College and Gordon's, and really impressed by them in that game. Christ College were on the other pitch and looked like they had a bit of an entertaining one against Felsted, so should be a good one. I think we're going to get contrasting styles again, which I always like to see.
The Christ College boys have just sort of walked in front of us as if to suggest that they're going to somehow bend us into saying nice things. All right, boys, you think you're going to win this easily? Easy as, easy as. You can have a go. You can have a go. Right, who have we got alongside me? Go on,
Dylan Skim.
Dylan, so how do you think the day's gone, Dylan? What's been the secret to your success?
Well, we started off quite slow, but I think we've really come into the day. And hopefully now in this final we're going to really tear it up.
To look out for in green?
Geffen,
yeah.
our number 12,
yeah.
Fantastic player.
Yeah, been looking all good. There he is on the ball. O'Callaghan. Marlborough played some good rugby, those most certainly.
Yeah.
And it will be a boisterous affair, no doubt. And an early scrum. What position do you normally play?
Centre.
Centre, okay.
Yeah.
So none of this scrumming business means anything to you?
Not for
no.
me. Happy with the gap, guys? Yeah.
See, they're laughing at you, but you know what you're doing, do you? You know what you're doing.
Sit!
Marlborough with the feed, and the ball's come back. Christ College's way. The referee's not happy.
Come
out the tunnel with it.
I think so. Come back at the other side, yeah.
Got Wrench on this near side. A key part in the semi-final, running away down the right-hand touchline.
Stay in the tunnel. Thank you.
Made the assist. Here come Marlborough. They swing it out wide. Ume.
Good defence, boys.
Marlborough again, swing it all the way over across. There's a little bit of a mismatch potentially. Marlborough making a push for that line. Just held up a little bit short. Wilson playing conduit. This is Brooke. Howell goes one way, then the other. Ume in support. Keep ball at the moment. Christ College just got to be a little bit.
Good shot.
Patience. Strong from Holden. Good shoulder. Marlborough still with the ball though. Got to reposition themselves. Christ College. Marlborough College.
Good tackle, Jack.
Again low.
Good turnover, Harry Holden.
Once again, Holden making the difference. The tackle was key.
And the kick.
O'Callaghan, he lifts it. This could bounce awkwardly.
Dan Buffrey.
Foot in.
Go on, Matt! Go on, Matt!
Marlborough College land on the ball. It's been stripped. Brilliantly stripped.
Oh,
what a score this is going to be!
Yes! Come on!
Christ College have picked the pockets there.
Matt Price!
Matthew Price. Oh dear. On commentary, you won't realise. Perhaps you don't know, but we managed to grab one of the Christ College players to commentate on that. Talk us through, rather than just saying Matt Price, talk us through it. Talk us through it.
That's Dan Buffrey. He's normally slow, but he's been working on his speed recently, and it shows off here. Matt Price, absolute speed demon, you know.
Watch the grab.
That's a great strip. Come on, ball, guys. Fantastic, and there he is.
Time off.
Matt Price. Quick as can be.
Brecon, the boys from Brecon, they strike. And Marlborough will, well, they had all the play. I mean, that was an archetypal process, just soaking it all up and then going the length of the field.
Time back on. It's good. There's patience on my boys there.
O'Callaghan.
That's gone 10 and blown backwards.
Does it go 10?
10 and blown back.
Past the line and then backwards, says the referee. So perfect kick.
What a kick that is. The wind's helped a bit, but good hands there.
Good
from
hands.
Gethin. Fantastic. There goes Lloyd Powell. Liam Powell.
Oh, Marlborough have napped it.
That's a good turnover.
Charlie!
This is Brooke.
Oh, Matt Price, what a hit.
Great tackle. Marlborough just about managed to keep their hands on the ball. So Hepplethwaite was the man who was tackled and then kept it, and he goes again, Hepplethwaite.
That's good play from
tackle.
Marlborough looking to get back into.
Oh, great tackle.
So guys, settle down, settle down, settle down.
Bit of afters. Bradley.
Time off injury.
Bit of afters there from Brad.
They'll have a little stop because there's a man injured on the far
First
side.
knock on by Blue, and by Green. We've got time off over here, yeah?
Seems to be
Take
a
a
shoulder
sec,
injury.
take a breather.
He's up on his feet.
It's Robinson who's going to make his way off.
He's on his way.
We're good
So
to go, yeah?
are you not involved then? You've been told that you're not involved?
We made a change.
Oh.
He's on, yep.
Right.
It's a scrum. First knock on by Blue, then by Green.
And how long did it take you to get here on the bus?
Well, we're from Mid Wales. So
Yeah, I was going to say. So
Yeah, you stay on your mark, you come up Green.
hours maybe.
Trip back tonight?
Yeah.
Oh,
Stayed
nice.
over last night, so.
Stop off on the way.
I hope so.
Burger King's all round.
Bye.
You know it's going.
Set.
It's a solid scrum.
You'll want to go back with a win. O'Callaghan, oh, a little show and go. And this is the class of the man.
Yes, Gethin!
Gethin O'Callaghan with an absolute masterclass.
Fantastic! Gethin O'Callaghan, what a player.
What a show and go that was. Really nice. Little dummy on the inside. One for the future, most certainly.
He's come in this year. We're lucky to have him. Everyone's after him.
Yeah.
We're lucky to have him here.
Yeah, and he looks the real part, doesn't he?
Take a step, please. Fantastic player. Here comes subs for us. Matt Bradley off.
Where do you boys end up poking your way as regards a team? What's the academy pathway for you guys?
Well, we have our regions. We have Cardiff, Osprey, Scarlets, and all. We only have one of our boys couldn't come today because Cardiff kept him behind.
Okay.
That's Owen Conks. They kept him behind. We had Gethin, Harry Holden. They were all in the blue setup, but they were dropped recently.
Okay.
But yeah, there's so much talent in this school. It needs to get looked at. So much talent here. You know, beating Millfield the other week.
Yeah.
So we're getting some big results.
Just in the contest,
were you here last year? Did you come last year?
We lost in the final to Trinity last year.
Yeah, we were here last year. We were sure you played very, very well.
First and second. Yeah. It was good.
Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
I'd like to shout out Gwynnabyd RFC.
Just in
They're
the
a
rock, his
massive
arms come around and knocked
club,
it
and
forward.
for the boys watching
Then
at
he's
home,
knocked it on at the legs.
I hope we're doing you proud.
You are doing proud. Not only with the rugby, but also with the commentary.
Yeah,
Double whammy.
I'm enjoying it.
Bind.
And Angus is very happy. He's just he's got the match off.
We had Harry Holden, wherever he was commentating last year.
Yeah, I remember Harry. Yeah, I think he stood with us.
No.
Excellent. Well, at the moment you've got you've got Marlborough all ends up at the moment defensively as well. You're keeping them sorted.
Neck.
Wrench plays on.
That's good rugby.
Another fantastic tackle comes in.
Never onside. Number 4. Penalty advantage.
Mismatch here.
Penalty advantage, Marlborough. 4
Trying to get
offside.
the hands free. Ume, I think it is on the far side.
That's a lovely fend. Good tackle.
Big, strong work from
neck.
Marlborough. Now it comes the
Play
other
on,
way. Look
play
forward.
on.
Oh, ref says no. Ref says play on.
Advantage
Wrench is allowed
over.
to go.
Here they go.
They come left.
On overlap. Kick. Unlucky there. That's good rugby. That's a good player.
From a
rugby.
player's point
for
of
me.
view, 10s.
Not
how
for
does
me,
it,
hands
how does
are
it
backwards.
change? How does it work? What are you thinking about when you're
It's a
going
lot
out there?
higher intensity.
Yeah.
And, you know, we've got to keep that ball alive. We got to offload. It's all about magic, isn't it? Creating that one chance and then you're through, and that one break.
Guys, you got about a minute, yeah? 1 minute.
But it really suits our sort of game style. We love fast open rugby. So, you know, coming to these 10s and 7s tournaments, we really enjoy it.
Maul.
Marlborough
Through the mark.
with the rolling maul.
That's a strong maul.
It is, and they've got a few bodies, good body position as well.
Don't change vines, Six. Don't change vines.
Christ College having
Still
to
going
reposition
forward.
themselves.
There it is.
He's gone.
Peeled off.
To the
The
floor they
tackle.
go.
Good defence.
Ball on the deck. Marlborough trying to get some sort of foothold in this game.
You're on the side, your feet.
Referee says pen. Quick tap and go. And halfway through the gap. Really good strength to keep him out, have they?
Happy?
I'm not 100%
You
sure.
got a lock on?
Referee's going to have a...
No, have a
referee
word.
on the, on the
Shep,
near
Shep, Shep.
side. He's going to say sure.
I think so. They're having a word.
For me, I'm happy with the grounding unless you've got a clear knock on. Thank you. Yeah, try sad.
No.
Yeah, try score.
Right here.
Marlborough back in.
Should be
And
the last play there.
I was going to say, head towards half-time. Marlborough needed something. Hit by a 1-2 from Christ College earlier in this half. They needed something from their possession. And it is Brooke that gets it. I'm going to bring Angus in. He can take over from me. You stay where you are. We're going to keep you on. You're golden. We're going to bring Angus in. Going to swap over with Angus. Well, the half is there. Marlborough College with a strike just before half-time brings them back into it. Christ College with a couple of crackers. Second half with Angus Savage.
Thank you very much, Sam. Cracking first half of rugby, 3 tries.
What a great half. Fantastic half of rugby.
Yeah, your boys off to a flyer. Tough time to concede though, I'd say right before the break.
That's not going to do us good, but it's about how we bounce back now. Hopefully we bounce back in the second half. Get the third score in, and that will help us a lot.
And what's it like in that halftime huddle over there? What's the chat normally from the coaches?
There's very passionate in there. You know, they care a lot about us and they do look after us. And our captain, Ewan, he loves it. He gives like real good team talks. You know, half time before the game, he really gets the boys going.
Bit of an Alan Wynne character, is he?
Yeah.
It's going to be an interesting one. I'm excited to see where this one goes.
It's going to be a tight second half of rugby.
Lot of passion, I think, coming from your boys in defence as well.
Yeah. That's one past few sessions before coming down here is we worked on defence and work rate and stuff. You know, just working off the ball and flooding around.
It's going to be important because in the semi-final, Marlborough College were very, very good at finding space in the wide channels, moving the ball to it, and then trying to find their way through that. So that energy and passion in defence is going to be crucial.
Yeah, they did it well at the end of that second half then. They played some very good rugby, you know. A few phases, they played very well. It's going to be an exciting second half.
Certainly will. Well, it's only supposed to be a minute at half-time, but the referees...
yes, longer than that.
Obviously feeling a bit tired after a tough day's work. It's a long day.
It is a long day. Here comes the second half there.
There we go, team swapping sides, just about ready. In case you're just joining us, Marlborough College on the left-hand side of your screens there in the blue and white hoops, Christ College in the green on the right-hand side. Christ College 12-7 up in this plate final. And having reached the cup final last year, an opportunity to come away from the SEAFORD 10s with a bit of silverware here. for Christ
Marlborough
College. They've
ready
got
to
9
go.
minutes left to see if they can seal this one.
Christ,
Or will
yeah.
it be Marlborough College?
There we go. Second half. That's a lovely restart. Good shot. Great shot of kick-off there.
Marlborough
It's a good line.
keep a hold of possession and break through.
It's a great line.
One-on-one at the back there. Moving down to the left-hand side. How's he gas?
Good tackle by Matt Price. And he's up to his feet.
Yes, yes, play on.
That's a superb counter ruck, superb contest.
You've then gone off your feet. You've got to stay up. Leave it now, leave it, calm down. Turnover was
Always.
good, but 16 you went off your
It's a
feet.
tricky one nowadays.
Must
It's
stay
all,
up.
it's all from that law that got tweaked a couple of years back about not being able to get
Yes,
your hands
that's
on the
fine,
ball
yeah.
when it's within that metre zone of the ruck.
It's a good kick. Right on our 5.
Try line, please, Green.
5 metres out.
Just
Well,
use the
Marlborough
five,
with
yeah.
their tails up, having scored just before the half-time break. And they've got an opportunity for an early score here in the second half.
Shep, just keep an eye on the 0-5, yeah? Thanks, mate. In or out, please, Marlborough.
They come walking in now.
Numbers green, numbers
I wonder
green.
if they wall it over. We'll have to see.
Line out goes long.
Numbers in the line out, 5 against 4.
The referee gives a
No,
free
you're
kick.
in the line out.
Not quite sure what for. Closing the gap is going to be my guess.
You've got to be at least a metre back from the line out. You are in the line out. That's a free kick for numbers.
And unsurprisingly, Ed Wrench, the giant loose head, is going to have a run, but he's brilliantly well in defence.
Maul! Tackle now!
Marlborough still
Tackle!
going,
Roll
but
green!
Christ College have done unbelievably well in defence. They're going to try and bully their way over. Out to the side and across the line.
That's good work. That's very good work from Marlborough.
Quick tries either side at half-time. And from 12-0 down, they've levelled things up at 12 apiece with the conversion to come.
Got an injury in the corner as well by the looks of it.
I think it's the try scorer that's down.
That's great hands there.
Yeah, in line with your player there.
Shoulder, is it? Maybe?
Yeah, might
Possible
well
shoulder.
be. Might well be.
Subs, James Hayward coming on for Christ Cole. Reece Pearson, Ewan Mack. Just missing the conversion there.
I think it might be Jamie Cook, the flanker that's down.
Heads, heads.
Time for calm heads, though.
Yeah, this is going to show. Takes character now. Top 2 inches.
This is what finals rugby is all about. The ebb and the flow and the nerves and the tension.
Guys, we just want to make sure this
We've
player's
got
okay
about 6
in the
minutes
corner.
left to go.
Yeah, he's just
Still just holding up. He's quite badly injured, I think.
The referee's just stopped his clock.
Jeff, so you just see what's happening. Cheers, mate.
While we wait for this one. And of course, worth mentioning that if it is a serious knock, the team from Return to Play have their medical officer on site, ready to do.
I know, man. Harry Holden, he commentated here last year on this very pitch as well. He did the same job. Joe Reese giving a wave.
It's clearly a flair for commentary.
Oh yeah, these boys
Okay, Chef.
talk for Britain. They love it. He's up on his feet, the injury.
Okay, Marlborough, have you made a change for this player?
Talking about
Yeah, who's come on?
injured in the
Okay,
act
great,
of
thank you.
scoring. Always a challenge, that
Jeff,
one.
let's go now, yeah?
Referee, I think, is happy to go.
Time back on.
Yeah, time's on.
Charlie Brook restarts things and he hoofs it down towards the injured man.
Reece Concat. Matt Price hoofing it downfield. They're going to run it back.
Brook having a little wander down the left-hand side, but bundled into touch.
Ripped first. Ripped first, thank you.
Those are the sort of moments, aren't they? They lift the boys when one of those big shots comes in.
Ripped in the tackle and taken in by Green.
It is game changing. Oh, it's Marlborough ball, I think. Yeah.
So guys, if you're going to have a scrum half here, he's got to be a
Marlborough line
metre
out.
back, yeah? That's why the number's cool as it was.
Important
In
time.
or out, please, Marlborough.
5 or 6 minutes left.
Huh? Marlborough, you need a scrum half?
Yeah, 12 all.
Kick.
Ball to the tail of line out, stolen by Christ College. O'Callaghan.
Here he goes. Dummy. Here he goes. Great footwork. Knocked on, I think. Oh, no, touch. Touch.
Shep, knock on
He's
his
scored one already, but what a threat he is.
Oh, every time he's on the ball.
Scrum the line out.
He's always a threat on the
Scrum
ball.
shows
Yeah.
a knock on
You know,
into
he can
touch.
cause so much damage to teams. He's done it all season for us.
Here's the mark.
And a centre in the 15-a-side season.
Yeah, I partner with Gethin. He's 12 and 13. We partner.
I imagine he's a nice and easy player to play outside
Oh,
of.
yeah, you know, just run next to him.
Crouch.
I've always said that's the best
Five.
way to make yourself look good. Play around other
Set.
good players.
Solid scrum.
Marlborough, we've seen that move a couple of times, 10-9. Now they find a bit of space down the right-hand side and across the halfway line. Good, clean, fast ball for the Wiltshire side.
Tackle. Ball lifted.
Huge counter-ruck coming in, though, from Christ College Brecon there.
Play on, always in control.
Ball. That's a fantastic ruck. Finn O'Donovan. Not 10 advantage. There goes Ewan McIntyre. Yes! Come on! The captain, Ewan McIntyre.
Ewan McIntyre, the
finish.
skipper, with the third try for Christ College Brecon, putting them back into the lead.
Fantastic finish. That's good play from James Hayward as well. 2-on-1, simple rugby.
A captain's try from Ewan McIntyre.
Yep. His co-captain Owen Conn could be watching on, proud of that one.
We see it
That's
again
good from
here.
Lloyd going quick here though.
probably closer to
Good
3,
understanding. To James. Simple 2-on-1, simple rugby.
Your kick, Green.
Very quick as well.
And it's all forwards out there connecting.
Oh yeah.
Okay, time off.
That's good rugby from Christ College.
No, we
Lovely rounded skills from the Christ College
Time's
forward
off.
pack.
About 4 or 5 minutes remaining now. Just got to see it out.
Which way again? Cool, thank you.
Is there a
Come back on.
temptation to change up the tactics and start to play the corners a little bit and just try and
start
eat it
seeing
away?
Deep maybe, yeah. Just getting it out maybe. Here come Marlborough. That's good hands.
Guys, leave it, leave it, leave it.
Attacking, 5 in.
Walk away, guys.
Marlborough College being asked to play it from inside their own 22.
It's a good carry.
Lost now, Green.
Powerful carry
Thank
from
you.
Marlborough. Here they come. Looking to spin it wide. Good tackle.
Play on.
The green wall remains.
Over ball.
Off now.
No, no turnover.
Offside,
Here they come
midfield,
again.
penalty advantage, offside. No advantage, offside.
Offside.
Leave it, leave it. Put
Penalty
the ball-
Marlborough. Just behind their 10. Oh, marching back.
Throw the ball away.
Christ College
Time
will be
off.
frustrated with that.
Injured player here.
Looking
Ah.
defensively
Throw the ball
comfortable,
away, just leave it.
but giving away
Wanna go quickly,
penalties and
throw it
then
away
being
from
marched
Mark.
back 10.
Penalties here, first
silly.
defence,
Silly from
offside at the
Pascal.
ruck, and then throwing the
Somebody
ball
from a
away,
comfortable
extra 10
position.
metres. We got time off for an injured player here.
Looking at defending a
Can you-
line-out,
someone come
probably
on?
from near to the
Go for it,
22.
okay? Guys, if you want to go.
Assuming that this one is kicked, but
Fine,
surely
time
it
back
will
on.
be Charlie Brooks.
Time on. Here they go. Are they looking for
Yes,
the,
yep.
yeah, going for touch. Not a massive kick, but it's,
We'll put Green
it's
on there,
ground,
yeah,
it's
thanks.
ground made.
Green, take this line. Green on the line.
Looks as though that's going to be a line-out pretty much bang on the 10-metre line. So still a bit of mileage for Marlborough to cover,
Just watch for not
and
5,
just
yeah?
a couple of minutes in which to do it.
Let's go, Marlborough.
Not long left now into the dying embers
If
of
you're
the
gonna
match.
scrum off, don't come closer, yeah?
Hopefully Christ Cole can see it out. He's... There it is.
The maul
Maul!
set up, but it's a 3-man maul, so it's quite easy to reach
Side
around.
entry.
Side entry, though, and penalties.
Be careful, you've come up the side, yeah?
Mounting up.
Hoping for
Changing
no
bites.
cards. We need to keep all 10 men on the field. Going for touch again. They want this try.
Well, the message has surely got to be discipline.
Yeah.
Just keep the discipline.
I'm sure you and Max let them know. And Parry, Mr. Parry's telling them, discipline, keep your heads. This match. About 2 minutes.
Great game, guys. Let's keep it up, yeah? Great game.
Round about
Are you making it stop, guys?
left to go.
Okay, fine.
Harry Holden's back
Just
on.
who's come on for 16?
It was on.
4. Okay,
Real
thank you.
danger
Ready to
man.
go?
Finn played very well.
Let's go now. Make
So-
your 10 meters, yeah?
Christ College, a minute away from plate
Play away,
silverware.
play away!
And can Marlborough College do something about it?
Ah, there it is. Slow down.
Accidental
That's the
offside,
message. Slow
scrum.
down.
It's going to be a scrum. The ball was
down.
halted.
It was passed out, so the line out was over, and then the ball carrier went into the players in front. There's the mark. Last play.
Surely, last play has been called.
Big shove now.
You've got to think it's getting close to that point, isn't it?
Crouch.
Just have
Five.
Maybe
6.
Christ College drop a man in the pocket. And this is going to be it.
Yes! Yes! Come on!
Christ College Brecon are the plate champions
Yes!
here at the Seaford 10s. 19 points to 12 they win against Marlborough College.
What a game. What a game.
Tell me
Nice
about
goal.
what that feels like to the boys.
That's fun. We come down, you know, losing last year in the final to come back and win some silverware. What a feeling. This bus journey home now is going to be a good one, I reckon.
4 hours is going to feel like just half an hour.
What a win.
Christ College Brecon are going to go home with the silverware in the final game here on pitch
Fantastic.
Oval 2 at the Seaford 10s. It all finishes up. Christ College 19, Marlborough College 12. Christ College are the plate champions.
Come on, Christ Goal.